What if the gods you thought were lost to time still whisper in the shadows, waiting to reclaim their dominion over the lives of the living? The air crackled with an electric tension, heavy with the scent of ash and blood, as the remnants of a forgotten world began to stir once more. In the crumbling ruins of an ancient temple, moonlight flickered against weathered stone, illuminating the twisted faces of carved deities, whose eyes seemed to glint with the promise of retribution. A chill slithered down the spine of Marcus, a historian drawn not by mere curiosity but by an insatiable hunger for truth, a truth that threatened to shatter his very understanding of reality. Each step he took echoed with the weight of countless souls who had once worshipped these gods, deities of death, madness, and revenge, whose names had faded into obscurity. Yet here, in the silence between heartbeats, their presence loomed large, palpable, and potent. The tales of these forgotten gods were draped in shadows and half-whispers. What was it that drove mortals to invoke their names? Was it desperation, madness, or a thirst for vengeance? As Marcus traced his fingers over the cold stone, he felt the pulse of ancient rituals. The sacrifices, the cries for mercy, the intoxicating allure of power that promised to bend fate to one's will. But these were not mere stories. They were warnings, darkened reflections of humanity's deepest fears and desires. Outside, a storm brewed, thunder rumbling like a warning bell, as if the heavens themselves were in collusion with the forces that dwelled below. In that moment, Marcus sensed a shift in the air. A whisper, a beckoning, so soft yet insistent, calling him deeper into the temple's embrace. Was it madness that gripped him, or was it the lingering essence of those who had come before him, drawn to this wretched altar? The line blurred, and the weight of his quest began to feel more like a curse than a pursuit of knowledge. As the shadows danced around him, flickering like memories half-remembered, Marcus recalled the legends of those who had summoned the wrath of the gods. The stories spoke of tragic fates, of dreams twisted into nightmares, of lives forever altered by a single invocation. He had come seeking answers, yet the deeper he probed, the more he felt the tendrils of madness wrap around his mind, whispering promises of glory and doom. Suddenly, a deafening crack split the air as lightning struck the temple, illuminating a figure cloaked in shadows. Marcus's heart raced. Had he awakened something that should have remained undisturbed? The air shimmered with a palpable energy, and he realized the gods were no longer just echoes. They were here, and they were hungry. What price would he pay for knowledge that could unravel the very fabric of existence? In that instant, he knew he stood at the precipice of an abyss, where the forgotten and the forsaken were waiting to plunge him into their dark embrace. The question lingered ominously. Would he emerge as a mere mortal, or would he become a vessel for the wrath of ancient powers long believed to be vanquished? The answer loomed, almost within reach, yet tantalizingly out of grasp, an enigma that promised to unravel all that he held dear. Under the vast expanse of an azure sky, the scent of incense wafted through the bustling streets of ancient Rome. Citizens, clad in their togas and tunics, moved with purpose, their conversations a blend of laughter and heated debate. Yet, amid the vibrant chaos, a profound reverence pulsated through the air, whispering of the gods who watched over them. Temples adorned with majestic columns stood sentry, their marble facades reflecting sunlight like the shimmering surface of a tranquil sea. Each stone held a story, each shadow a whisper of devotion. It was in this world that the ancient Romans lived, not merely in the presence of the divine but enveloped by a tapestry of beliefs that entwined their lives in ways both grand and intimate. At the center of this intricate web was a pantheon of gods and goddesses. Jupiter, mighty ruler of the heavens, wielded thunder and lightning with an authority that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Juno, his steadfast wife, embodied the complexities of marriage and womanhood, watching over every new union and birth. Their presence invoked a sense of safety and order in a world that could be unpredictably chaotic. Then there was Mars, the fierce god of war, whose very name sent chills down the spines of enemies and soldiers alike. The Romans honored their deities with fervor, not as distant figures, but as intimate forces that shaped their daily existence, guiding their fates and influencing their fortunes. Every morning, the sun rose over the forum, illuminating the bustling marketplace where merchants shouted their wares and citizens engaged in lively discourse. Yet, before any transaction could take place, a ritual was performed. A small offering, a piece of bread, perhaps, or a sprig of rosemary, was placed before the shrine of a household god, known as Alar. This act was more than tradition. It was a profound gesture of gratitude and respect, a bridge connecting the mundane to the divine. Families whispered prayers, seeking favor and protection for their loved ones. In this simple act lay the very essence of Roman religion, where the sacred intermingled effortlessly with the everyday. The Romans believed that every moment of life was intertwined with the divine. Festivals erupted throughout the year, vibrant celebrations filled with music, dance, and offerings. The Lupercalia, a raucous festival in February, honored the god of fertility and shepherds. Men, clad only in goat skins, raced through the streets, striking women with thongs made from the hides. It was said to grant fertility and ensure a bountiful harvest. The air buzzed with laughter and anticipation, a reminder of how deeply intertwined life's blessings and the favor of the gods were perceived to be. As twilight draped its velvet cloak over the city, the flickering glow of candles illuminated the sanctuaries where priests and priestesses tended to the sacred flames. Each flicker told a story of devotion, a reminder of the promises made to the gods. The Vestal virgins, cloaked in white, maintained the eternal flame of Vesta, goddess of the hearth. Their unwavering dedication symbolized purity and stability, essential for Rome's very survival. The weight of their vows echoed through the ages, a silent testament to the importance of honor and faith. Yet, the Roman pantheon was not one of static figures. It was a living, breathing entity, continuously evolving. New gods were adopted, foreign deities welcomed into the fold as Rome expanded its borders and absorbed the cultures of conquered lands. The gods of Egypt, Greece, and the East found their way into Roman temples and hearts. Each addition enriched the tapestry of belief, creating a mosaic of worship that was as diverse as the empire itself. This blend of traditions transformed Roman religion into a phenomenon that was both unifying and dynamic, a reflection of the empire's ever-changing identity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the city, the rituals of the night began. The clamor of daily life faded, replaced by an ethereal calm. Priests gathered in the grand temples, their voices rising in chant, invoking the presence of the gods. Sacrifices were made, animals offered in a solemn exchange meant to appease and honor. The blood of the sacrifice glistening against the cold stone, the scent of smoke curling into the night sky, a visceral reminder of the gravity and intensity of faith. In that moment, time stood still, and the boundaries between the earthly realm and the divine blurred, drawing all present into a sacred embrace of hope and fear. But not all was light in the realm of Roman religion. Fear of the gods was ever present, as was the understanding that they were not to be trifled with. Disasters, whether natural or man-made, were seen as omens, warnings from the divine. When the ground trembled or the crops failed, the streets echoed with the cries of the people, seeking explanations and solutions. The augurs, skilled in interpreting the will of the gods through the flight of birds, became crucial figures in times of uncertainty. Their insights offered a lifeline, a means of understanding the chaos that could so easily envelop the lives of the citizens. This delicate balance between reverence and fear permeated the Roman psyche, shaping not only their rituals, but their very understanding of existence. They were a people who believed their destinies were carved in the stars, influenced by the whims of their deities. In moments of joy, they celebrated with abandon. In times of despair, they turned with fervor to their gods for guidance and solace. It was this interplay of emotion, the ecstatic highs of victorious celebrations and the crushing lows of defeat, that defined the essence of their faith. Every statue striking a pose, every temple echoing with prayers, every festival bursting with life spoke volumes of a civilization deeply rooted in spirituality. The ancient Romans walked a path infused with the sacred, where the touch of the divine was not a mere concept, but a tangible force that shaped each facet of their existence. With every heartbeat, they felt the weight of tradition, the pull of the past, and the unfathomable mysteries of what lay ahead. In such a world, the divine was not distant. It was a living presence, woven into the very fabric of their lives, waiting to be acknowledged, feared, and revered. The chill of twilight enveloped the ancient city, casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestone streets of Rome. The air hummed with the whispers of souls that had crossed over, each murmur a reminder of the inevitable fate awaiting every living being. In this timeless city, life thrived in vibrant colors, but death lurked around every corner, a silent companion to the laughter and cries of the populace. Here, amidst the ruins and the bustling marketplace, the Romans had woven their beliefs into a rich tapestry, one that was undeniably intertwined with their understanding of death. The Pantheon of Death was not simply a collection of figures. It was a reflection of the fears, hopes, and rituals that defined the Roman experience. At the center of this shadowy world stood the formidable figure of Orcus, the god of the underworld. His name sent shivers down the spines of the bravest soldiers, his visage a blend of dread and inevitability. Orcus symbolized the harsh truth that, no matter how glorious a life one led, death would come for all. His presence was a reminder that not even the mightiest could escape the final embrace of the grave. Surrounding Orcus were a host of lesser-known but equally significant deities. There was Dispater, the god of wealth and the dead, who ruled the dark realms beneath the earth. His domain was rich and fertile, a stark contrast to the decay that accompanied death. The Romans believed that Dispater could offer a glimpse of prosperity even after life had ended. His image was often depicted with coins or treasures, a chilling reminder that material wealth could not shield one from the fate of mortality. Then there was Proserpina, the queen of the underworld, whose story was entwined with that of the changing seasons. Her abduction by Pluto sparked despair among the living and the fields, as crops withered during her absence. But with her annual return, life flourished once more. Proserpina embodied the cycle of birth and death, a bittersweet reminder that even in loss, there is a promise of renewal. The Romans honored her with solemn rituals, believing that her favor could ease the transition into the afterlife. Not far from the throne of these powerful figures lay a pantheon of lesser-known spirits, haunting the corners of homes and fields. The Manes were the souls of the deceased, the spirits of ancestors who lingered, seeking remembrance and honor. Families would leave offerings at shrines, ensuring their loved ones had the strength to navigate the treacherous waters of the afterlife. This connection to their ancestors created an unbreakable bond between the living and the dead, a relationship that provided comfort amidst the fear of death. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into shadows, the Romans gathered to celebrate the festival of Parentalia. This sacred event brought the living and the dead together in a poignant embrace. Families would visit tombs, laying flowers and sharing meals with their departed loved ones. The air would fill with laughter and tears, blending joy and sorrow in a beautiful cacophony that echoed across the ages. It was a moment where death was not feared, but acknowledged, a celebration of life and memory intertwined. In the dim light of a flickering torch, the priests of the underworld performed their rites, chanting incantations that resonated with ancient power. Their words carried the weight of tradition as they called upon the deities, seeking their guidance and favor. The atmosphere crackled with tension, the air thick with anticipation. The Romans understood that appeasing the gods of death was not merely a formality. It was a desperate plea for protection and peace in the uncertain journey that lay beyond the grave. Among them stood the enigmatic Furies, fierce protectors of the dead. Their wrath was terrible, but their loyalty was unwavering. The Romans respected the Furies, fearing their vengeance but also recognizing their role in maintaining balance in the universe. They were reminders that justice extended beyond life, and that choices made in the mortal realm would echo in eternity. As night deepened, the veil between the worlds grew thin. The Romans believed that the spirits roamed freely, mingling among the living. It was a time when the past and present collided, a moment where the boundaries of existence blurred. grief and love intertwined in a delicate dance, reminding the populace that their actions had repercussions that transcended the physical world. The flicker of candles illuminated the somber faces of those gathered, each person clutching tokens of remembrance. Coins, flowers, trinkets, all offered as gifts to the unseen spirits who watched over them. The Roman respect for the dead was palpable, echoing through the stone streets as stories of the departed were shared, each tale a thread in the intricate fabric of their shared history. In the depths of the underworld, Orcus watched with a knowing eye. He was the keeper of secrets, the one who held the power to reveal the truth hidden beneath mortal desires. His presence was both terrifying and strangely comforting. He was a reminder that every life, no matter how fleeting, had significance. The Romans understood that death was not the end, but a transformation, a doorway to an unknown destiny. As the night wore on, tensions built within the gathering. The fear of the unknown hung heavy in the air, mixing with the flickering shadows and the distant echo of laughter. Would the deities grant them favor? Would their loved ones be at peace? These questions lingered, haunting the hearts of those who dared to confront the specter of mortality. Each moment spent in reverence was a testament to the Romans' understanding of death. It was not an adversary to be vanquished, but a vital part of existence, woven intricately into the tapestry of life. The pantheon of death cast a long shadow over the living, a presence felt in every prayer, every offering, and every whispered name. As the final embers of the evening glowed and the last offerings were laid upon the graves, the stories of Orcus, Dispater, Proserpina, and the Furies echoed in the hearts of the people. The uncertainty of what lay beyond was daunting, yet there was solace in the knowledge that the gods watched over them, guiding their souls through the labyrinth of the afterlife. In those moments, as the moon hung low and the cool breeze swept through the night, the Romans understood that death was not something to be feared, but honored. They were connected to a vast network of beliefs, traditions, and deities that shaped their world, offering light in the lingering darkness. The dance of life and death continued, an eternal cycle that intertwined their destinies in ways they could hardly fathom. And as they departed from the graves, hearts heavy yet resolute, the shadows deepened, whispering promises of inevitable reunions yet to come. The air hung thick with an unsettling chill, the kind that claws at your skin and sends shivers racing down your spine. In the hushed twilight, when day surrenders to night, whispers of ancient secrets curl through the shadows, beckoning to those brave enough to listen. Beneath the earth, where sunlight dares not tread, lies the domain of Dispater, the enigmatic god of the underworld, a figure shrouded in both dread and fascination. Dispater, a name that echoes through the ages, was revered by the ancient Romans as the ruler of the netherworld, a stern yet just deity who presided over the spirits of the deceased. Legends tell of his desolate kingdom, a somber landscape where the souls of the departed wandered, lost yet strangely comforted by the presence of their mighty lord. His throne, an imposing seat made from dark stone, rose from the ground like a monument to the inevitability of mortality. It was a stark reminder that life, vibrant and fleeting above, would always return to the earth below. His followers, cloaked in the somber hues of mourning, sought solace in his shadow. They paid homage not just out of fear, but out of respect for the cycle of life and death he represented. Offerings of honey, grains, and even the occasional cherished trinket were left at gravesides, small tokens of gratitude for the safe passage of their loved ones. Yet, there was a darker side to Dispater's rule, a power that lingered like a storm cloud, poised to unleash its fury. As night fell, the chilling howl of the wind whispered secrets of the underworld. Many spoke of the chilling sound of the river Styx, its waters dark and treacherous, guiding souls to their final resting place. The very thought of crossing it sent tremors through the bravest of hearts. It was said that Dispater would greet the souls with a piercing gaze, one that could see through the facade of life, laying bare the essence of each spirit before him. The weight of his presence was like a heavy shroud, enveloping those who entered his domain, a realm untouched by the joy of the living. Underneath the soil, the land was riddled with echoes of the past. Shadows shifted and formed shapes that whispered of untold stories, the voices of the forgotten clashing with the stillness of the dead. It was here that Dispater ruled with an iron fist, a combination of compassion and caprice. For those who honored him, he offered peace and respite. For those who defied him, he was a relentless force, a reminder of the consequences of hubris. The ancient Romans believed that Dispater had the power to bless or curse the living. A mere look from his all-seeing eyes could tip the scales between prosperity and despair. The fear of his judgment loomed over families, compelling them to seek his favor in life, lest they find themselves trapped in the realm of shadows. Rituals unfolded during the dark nights of winter, when the veil between worlds thinned, and the living sought to commune with the dead. These gatherings were filled with both reverence and terror, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows that seemed to mock the very existence of life. And as the living paid their respects, the land itself seemed to respond. The earth quaked softly beneath their feet, a reminder that the soil was not just a grave, but a cradle for the dead. Dispater's dominion was not devoid of beauty. It shimmered with an ethereal glow, the faint glimmer of memories flashing like stars in a night sky. Each soul brought with it a tapestry of stories, loves lost, battles fought, dreams unfulfilled, all woven into the fabric of the afterlife. But in the depths of the underworld, there resided an unsettling stillness. The wails of the desolate echoed against the stone walls, a chorus of sorrow that resonated in the bones of the living. Dispater, though a figure of power, was often portrayed as a solitary being, his heart heavy with the burden of eternity. He watched as the seasons turned, as lives flickered like candles, and the inevitable end approached with relentless certainty. Did he, too, feel the weight of loneliness in his cold, dark throne? Each passing moment in his realm was an echo of choices made, paths taken, and paths forsaken. As the moonlight barely pierced the gloom, the shadows shifted once more, revealing glimpses of those who had come before. Faint outlines of ancient warriors and noble souls drifted through the air, forever bound to the will of Dispater. Their stories mingled with the whispering winds, a haunting reminder of the fragility of life. The deeper one traveled into his domain, the more palpable the tension became. It was said that the walls themselves held memories of pain, loss, and regret, a living testament to the lives that had come to seek solace, only to find themselves ensnared by the very darkness they sought to escape. With every step, the ground felt alive, pulsating with the emotions of countless souls who had passed through, a reminder that the past is never truly dead. Dispater stood at the crossroads of fate, the silent observer of human folly. As night deepened, the souls of the restless began to stir, their whispers melding into a cacophony of sorrow. Would they find rest, or were they to wander eternally, caught in the web of their own choices? The air crackled with anticipation, as if the very fabric of reality was ready to unravel. The stories of those who entered his realm intertwined with the very essence of Dispater himself, a mosaic of despair and hope, love and loss, a testament to the eternal cycle of existence. And as the night wore on, the line between life and death thinned, leaving only the heartbeat of the earth, a relentless reminder of the power held by the god of the underworld. The shadows deepened, and the flickering light cast an eerie glow, illuminating the path that led deeper into the unknown, where the mysteries of existence lay waiting to be unveiled. In the dim light of the underworld, shadows danced like whispers, flickering against the cold, stone walls. Proserpina sat upon her throne, her presence commanding yet haunting, a queen shrouded in mystery and melancholy. With her long, flowing hair and a gaze that seemed to pierce through the veil of death itself, she embodied both beauty and sorrow. The ethereal glow from the pomegranate tree behind her cast an eerie light, illuminating the fruit that held the essence of her dual existence: life and death, joy and despair. Once a vibrant maiden roaming the sun-drenched fields, Proserpina had been snatched from her blooming world by Hades, the lord of the underworld. The flowers of spring had wilted that day, replaced by a haunting silence as she descended into darkness. But beneath her sorrow lay the power that made her a force to be reckoned with. She was not merely a victim of fate. She was a harbinger of change, a bridge between two worlds. The air grew thick with tension as she contemplated her existence. Every time she returned to the surface, the earth seemed to awaken, bursting forth with life. Trees blossomed, flowers bloomed, and the sun shone brighter. Yet, as she descended back into the depths, shadows encroached upon the world she had left behind. This cyclical dance of ascent and descent mirrored the eternal struggle between light and darkness, hope and despair. Each year, she split her time as both the goddess of spring and the queen of the underworld, battling with the weight of her dual nature. Hades, watching her with a mix of admiration and possessiveness, often wondered if he had stolen more than just a bride. In her presence, he felt the stirrings of something deeper, a vulnerability he hadn't known existed within him. The once cold ruler of the dead found himself captivated by her spirit, longing to understand her, yet terrified of what that understanding might mean. Their conversations often echoed through the vast halls of his kingdom, filled with a tension that could crack stone. Proserpina was both his captive and his companion, a paradox that left him disarmed. One fateful evening, Proserpina wandered into the fields of asphodel, where the souls of the unremembered drifted like mist. She could hear their stories calling to her, and it was here that her heart was torn. Each soul held dreams unfulfilled, lives half-lived, and she felt their collective sorrow wash over her like a wave. They depended on her, yet she was just as bound by her own choices. Would she remain the queen of shadows, or would she fight for the light that flickered just beyond her grasp? As she picked a delicate flower, a single tear fell from her eye, mingling with the soil. In that moment, the ground trembled, and a chill swept through the air. The pomegranate tree behind her seemed to shudder, its fruit glistening ominously. Hades, sensing her turmoil, approached with a heavy heart. "You are not just a reflection of my kingdom," he murmured, his voice low and grave. "You are the heartbeat of this place. Do not forget your power." But Proserpina's heart ached with longing for the world above, where the sun kissed the earth and laughter filled the air. "And do not forget my pain," she replied, her voice trembling. "I wear the crown of both life and death, yet I am tethered to neither." As the seasons changed, so too did she. In spring, flowers sprang from her fingertips, and laughter bubbled from her lips as she danced among the living. In autumn, however, the weight of her duality bore down upon her, turning her joy into sorrow. With each descent into the underworld, a piece of her spirit dimmed, as if the very shadows fed off her essence. One day, while seated upon her throne, she received a visitor, Demeter, her mother, goddess of the harvest. The sight of her mother's face, lined with worry and longing, shattered the carefully constructed walls around her heart. "My daughter," Demeter's voice quivered like the leaves in a spring breeze, "I feel your absence with every season that passes. The earth grieves for you, and so do I." Proserpina felt a familiar ache wash over her. The love between mother and daughter was a tapestry woven with both golden threads of joy and dark strands of sorrow. "I am the queen of the underworld now," she whispered, tears glistening in her eyes. "I cannot escape this fate, nor can I abandon my duty here." Demeter's eyes blazed with a fierce fire. "Duty or a curse? You have the power to change the tides, my dear. You are not bound to his darkness." But Proserpina knew the truth. She was bound to both worlds. As the pomegranate fruit hung from the tree, she felt the weight of her choices. Each seed held a memory, each bite a story of her life above and below ground. A promise lingered in the air, a bittersweet reminder of the path she had chosen. She could hear the echo of laughter from the fields above, the sweet scent of blooming flowers enticing her, yet the haunting whispers of the dead beckoned her back into the shadows. Caught between the two realms, Proserpina found herself at a crossroads, a choice that could alter the very fabric of existence. Her heart raced as she glanced between her mother and the shadows, feeling the pull of both worlds. In that moment, she knew she could not deny one without losing the other. The dance of life and death continued, each step more intricate than the last, as she stood at the precipice of her own destiny. And while the sun rose and set, casting both light and shadow, Proserpina remained suspended in that tension. A queen torn between realms, a soul caught in the eternal cycle of life and death. The echoes of her existence lingered in the air, whispers of hope and despair intertwining as she embraced her dual nature, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The story was far from over. The threads of fate were still woven, and neither joy nor sorrow would claim her entirely. The kingdom of shadows awaited her next move, and the world above continued to breathe, alive with the promise of spring. In the stillness of a moonlit night, shadows gathered at the edges of the forest, whispering secrets only the brave would dare to hear. Beneath the earth's surface, a world of restless spirits stirred, waiting, yearning for the warmth of life to brush against their cold, forgotten forms. These were the chthonic spirits, minor deities entwined with death and the afterlife, wielding power that sent chills down the spine of any who dared to remember their names. First among them was Hecate, the ancient goddess whose dominion straddled the line between life and death. She moved with a grace that belied her fearsome reputation, her three faces gazing into the past, present, and future simultaneously. In the flickering light of her torches, lost souls were guided through the labyrinth of the underworld. Hecate's whispers echoed in the dark, promising those who sought her out a glimpse of the beyond. Ever the protector of the lost, she beckoned with a knowing smile, her silhouette barely visible as she danced between the shadows of mortals and the secrets of the dead. Then there was Thanatos, the personification of death itself, his presence looming ominously like a storm cloud on the horizon. With wings as dark as midnight, he swept through the realms of the living, his cold hand delivering the final embrace. Not merely a harbinger of doom, Thanatos possessed a haunting beauty, a tragic reminder that death was not an end but a passage. Those who encountered him often felt the chill of his breath, a shiver that ran through their hearts as they were drawn to the inevitable. Under his watchful gaze, life unfolded delicately, each heartbeat a countdown to the moment when the veil would lift. Persephone, the queen of the underworld, was caught in a dance of light and shadow. Each spring, she emerged from the depths to bring color back to the earth, only to return to her dark domain when the flowers withered. Her story was one of duality, a reflection of the cycle of life and death. The very air crackled with emotion as she traversed between worlds, her spirit a bridge for those who had once walked the earth. The hearts of the grieving ached for her return, even as they understood her sacrifice. In every season change, Persephone's warmth lingered, a reminder that loss was woven into the fabric of existence. In the corners of the underworld, the lesser-known spirits whispered tales of torment and solace. Tantalus, forever reaching for fruit just out of grasp, embodied the insatiable hunger of the soul trapped between desires and reality. His plight resonated with the living, who often found themselves yearning for what lay just beyond reach. In his eternal wait, he became a mirror reflecting the desires of humanity, hopes dashed against the rocks of fate, dreams forever tantalizingly out of reach. Those who contemplated their own yearnings felt a bond with Tantalus, understanding that the struggle to attain what was desired often brought pain. And then there was Charon, the ferryman of the Styx, whose boat glided silently across the waters of the dead. With his weathered face and weary eyes, he embodied the solemn duty of guiding souls to their final resting place. His presence evoked a sense of somber inevitability as he collected his fare with a deft hand. The clink of coins against his palm echoed like a heartbeat in the stillness, a reminder that the journey was not free. Those who approached the river felt the weight of their lives pressing down upon them, each moment crystallized in the face of the unknown. Charon's gaze was unyielding, challenging the living to reflect on the choices that brought them to the brink. Their stories intertwined, creating a tapestry of emotion that wrapped around the living like a shroud. Each spirit, though minor in stature, wielded a power that resonated deeply within the hearts of mortals. Their whispered tales slipped through the cracks of time, reaching those who dared to listen. In the flickering candlelight of a hidden shrine, offerings were made with trembling hands, hearts beating in rhythm with the pulse of the universe. The air thickened with anticipation, as if the very essence of the spirits was present, watching, waiting. A chill ran through the gathering, the atmosphere crackling with tension as the living sought the guidance of these ancient deities. Fear mingled with hope, a potent cocktail that hung thick in the air. They spoke in hushed tones, sharing stories of love lost and promises unfulfilled, each tale a thread woven into the intricate design of their lives. The spirits remained silent, but their presence was palpable, a reminder that the living were never truly alone in their sorrow. With every prayer and offering, the veil between worlds thinned, and the chthonic spirits stirred. They listened, a chorus of whispers echoing in the minds of those who sought understanding. The tales of the living resonated in their ancient hearts, bridging the gap between life and death. It was a delicate dance of emotions, a powerful reminder that while the living tread the earth, they were forever bound to the memories of those who had come before. Each heartbeat was a tribute, a recognition of the cyclical nature of existence and the spirits that governed it. As the night deepened, the air pulsed with unspoken words, promises of connection that transcended the physical realm. The living stood on the precipice of revelation, the chthonic spirits waiting, eager to share the ancient wisdom that lay hidden within their enigmatic embrace. The shadows thickened, and the forest sighed, ready to open its arms to the mysteries that lingered just beyond sight. Fear mingled with anticipation, holding everyone in a timeless moment, a whisper away from the next chapter in their eternal story of life, death, and the spirits that held it all in their delicate hands. The streets of Rome were alive with a cacophony of whispers, and the scent of incense wafted through the air. A heavy atmosphere settled over the city as men clad in dark togas moved with purpose, their faces etched with grief. The sounds of mourning echoed in the alleys, where the news of a death spread like wildfire, igniting a chain reaction of sorrow and remembrance. A funeral was not just a passing. It was a powerful event that bound the living to the departed, weaving their stories into the rich tapestry of Roman life. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow on the cobbled streets, a procession began to form. The body, laid out in a simple bier adorned with flowers, was a poignant reminder of a life now extinguished. Friends and family, wearing their somber togas, stood around the bier, their faces revealing a storm of emotions: sadness, regret, and remembrance. The air hummed with unspoken words as they gathered to pay their last respects, each soul grappling with the weight of grief that threatened to engulf them. The Romans understood that death was not an end but merely a transition, a passage to another existence. This belief manifested in their funerary rites, rich with traditions that were steeped in centuries of custom and significance. The rituals performed were more than just a farewell. They were an affirmation that the deceased would be treated with the honor they deserved, ensuring a safe journey to the afterlife. The elaborate processions, the wails of mourners, and the prayers offered to the gods were all vital pieces of a larger puzzle that defined Roman society. As the procession wound its way through the streets, the sounds of mourning grew louder, mixing with the haunting melodies of flutes and lyres. The mourners chanted verses that celebrated the life of the deceased, their voices rising above the clamor of the city. Each note carried stories of a life lived, echoing the laughter, the struggles, and the triumphs that had shaped the person now lost. In these moments, the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred, creating a sacred space where memory and mourning coalesced. The funeral pyre, a towering structure of wood and flowers, loomed ahead. This was the final act of love and respect, a ritual that would allow the soul to ascend to the heavens. Friends and family gathered around, their hearts heavy as they prepared to say goodbye. The flames flickered excitedly, as if eager to embrace the spirit of the departed. With tears glistening in their eyes, they placed offerings on the pyre, favorite foods, cherished possessions, mementos of a life well lived. Each item was a final gift, a token of affection meant to accompany the soul into the unknown. As the flames began to dance higher, a hush fell over the crowd. In that moment of stillness, the weight of loss settled like ash in their hearts. It was here, in the shadows of smoke and fire, that the rawness of grief was palpable. In that stark reality, the mourners were reminded of their own mortality, each feeling the chill of an uncertain future. The shared silence spoke volumes. It was a moment of unity and sorrow, a reminder that they were all part of the same human experience. The ashes of the departed would be collected, a physical reminder of their presence in the world. Families would carefully preserve these remains, often placing them in ornate urns that decorated their homes or family tombs. Death was not to be feared but acknowledged, and these urns became a repository of memories, a place where love transcended the finality of life. Roman society laid great emphasis on honoring their ancestors, believing that the spirits of the deceased watched over the living. Throughout the city, tombs and mausoleums rose like monuments to the past, their grandeur speaking to the love and respect held for those who had passed. The wealthy constructed elaborate tombs, their facades adorned with intricate carvings and inscriptions that told stories of valor and virtue. On special occasions, families would visit these resting places, bringing offerings of food and wine, sharing tales that kept the memory of their loved ones alive. Such acts were not just a nod to tradition. They were a lifeline, a way for the living to connect with the dead, and in doing so, maintain a sense of continuity. In the heart of the city, the forum buzzed with life, but in the shadows, the memories of those lost lingered. Funerary rites were a communal event, a bonding experience that brought neighborhoods together in shared grief. The death of one echoed through the lives of many, reminding them of their fragility and the need to support each other through loss. The cries of mourners could be heard for blocks, drawing attention from all corners, urging the entire city to remember and reflect. Then there were the professional mourners, skilled artisans of grief, who knew how to evoke emotion like a painter with a canvas. Their wails pierced the air, wrapping around the crowd, intensifying the sorrow felt by all. It was said that their cries could summon the spirits of the dead, a chilling notion that sent shivers down the spines of those in attendance. Yet, even amidst the sorrow, there was a beauty in how the community came together, how they honored the cycle of life and death with reverence and care. As the flames consumed the body, transforming flesh into memory, the mourners felt an inexplicable connection to the past. Each flicker of fire represented a story untold, a love that would echo through the ages. Their hearts swelled with a mix of grief and gratitude, grief for a life lost, and gratitude for the moments shared. With every prayer whispered to the gods, they sought comfort, hoping the spirit would find peace. In the distance, the sun began to rise again, casting a warm, golden light over the city. The day would march on, but the memories of love and loss would linger, twisting through the cobbled streets, alive in the hearts of the Romans. With every funeral, the cycle continued, weaving the past into the fabric of the present. Each farewell whispered a promise that the bonds of love could not be severed by death, a promise that would carry through the generations, binding together the stories of those who came before. And as the echoes of mourning faded into the dawn, the Romans understood that their lives, intertwined with the memories of the lost, would continue to pulse with the rhythm of life, forever reflecting the complexities of love, loss, and the enduring spirit of humanity. In the flickering glow of torches, the air in ancient Rome crackled with tension. The great marble halls echoed with whispers of gods and men, a place where divinity danced on the edge of madness. Here, among the towering columns and the dusky shadows, the line between sanity and insanity blurred. A thin thread pulled taut over a chasm of fear and desire. Citizens walked the streets, eyes darting, hearts pounding, for the tales of the divine and the deranged were woven into the very fabric of their lives. Lucius, a young man with dreams brimming brighter than the sun, was consumed by voices that echoed in the chambers of his mind. At first, they were soft, like the gentle rustling of leaves, urging him to greatness, to achieve that which no one else could. But soon, they grew into a cacophony, drowning out the laughter of friends and the warmth of family. "You are chosen," they sang in eerie harmony. Lucius felt the weight of the world collapse upon him, a crown forged from whispers and dread. In a distant villa, Calpurnia, a woman of fierce beauty and intellect, sat clutching a worn scroll, her brow furrowed. Prophecies had come to her in dreams, visions of emperors rising and falling, of blood-soaked streets and the cries of the innocent. She knew that the gods spoke through her, guiding her hand to write the future. Yet, with each word she penned, shadows danced around her, creeping in to steal her sanity. The more she foresaw, the more isolated she became, trapped within the labyrinth of her own mind, where the divine and the insane often held hands. The Senate was a theater of whispers, where ambitious men plotted under the guise of unity. Senators wore masks of civility, yet behind their polished smiles lurked madness born of power. The specter of Julius Caesar loomed large, his ambition leading him to visions of a deified self. Madness wrapped around him like a silken shroud. He believed he was destined to rule not just men, but gods, a belief as intoxicating as wine. In one fateful moment, he stood before the Senate, eyes ablaze, his voice resonating like thunder. "I am not just a man, I am Rome." Brutus, once a trusted friend, felt the chill of betrayal seep into his bones. The tension in the air vibrated with the threat of violence, and as the daggers glinted in the dim light, he faced a choice between loyalty and the greater good. The madness that had taken root in Caesar's heart could not be allowed to flourish. The very fabric of sanity in Rome was at stake, and with every calculated breath, Brutus prepared to sever the bonds of friendship in the name of duty. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the city, whispers of oracles floated through the streets. The Sibyls, revered and feared, spoke in riddles, their voices a haunting melody that drew the curious and the desperate. People flocked to hear their prophecies, clutching at threads of hope in a world that felt increasingly unhinged. They knew the madness, the divine disarray, was a storm brewing just beneath the surface of everyday life. Meanwhile, in the dark corners of the city, the insane roamed freely, their eyes wild, searching for the gods who had abandoned them. Some believed they were possessed, others that they were chosen. Each one carried the weight of their own delusion, yet their cries for help mingled with the laughter of the fortunate. One could hear them in the streets, their voices rising in a chorus of despair, as they begged for what the gods had promised them but never delivered. Then there was Nero, a man whose heart was a crucible of insanity and ambition. The flames of his madness danced brightly as he played his lyre, a twisted serenade to the burning city. "What is a crown worth if not for the spectacle of chaos?" he proclaimed, his eyes alight with fever. The fire that consumed Rome was not merely a disaster. It was his symphony, a performance for the ages, where madness became art and destruction became divine. Citizens watched in horror, both captivated and repulsed, as their world crumbled to ash. In the aftermath of destruction, the streets teemed with the lost and the broken. The ruins whispered of the dreams once held dear, now turned to dust. Survivors gathered, clinging to one another, their eyes wide with fear and disbelief. Children spoke of gods who had turned their backs, while the elders recounted tales of madness that had seeped into the very ground they walked upon. They wondered if the divine had ever truly cared, or if they were simply playthings in an elaborate game played by unseen hands. As the moon cast its pale glow over the city, a shiver ran through the hearts of those who dared to gaze upward. The heavens held secrets that could shatter the mind, and Rome was a fragile tapestry, woven with threads of madness and divinity. The boundaries of reality twisted and turned, leaving citizens unsure of what was real and what was mere illusion. Each day was a battle against the whispers, the lurking insanity that threatened to consume them all. In a darkened corner of the city, Lucius sat, sweat beading on his forehead as he finally faced the voices that had haunted him. "You are not chosen. You are lost," they taunted. He stood, trembling, knowing that the divine often wore a mask of madness. He was one among many, caught in the web of fate spun by gods who reveled in the chaos. The tears streamed down his face as he felt the ground beneath him shake, a reminder that there was no escaping the madness that lay just beyond the veil of reason. But in that moment of despair, a flicker of hope ignited within him. As the shadows loomed larger, he understood that within the madness lay the potential for rebirth. Perhaps, just perhaps, The divine madness was not an end but a beginning, a chance to reclaim the threads of sanity from the hands of fate. And as dawn broke over the horizon, illuminating the ruins of what once was, the line between the divine and the deranged continued to blur, drawing the citizens of Rome toward a reckoning they could not yet comprehend. The past whispered tales of glory and horror, luring them into a future where the dance of madness and divinity remained ever entwined, waiting for the next act to unfold. In the flickering light of a candlelit room, shadows danced on the cracked walls, whispering secrets only the night could understand. A woman, her eyes glazed with a wild spark, laughed uncontrollably, a sound that echoed through the stillness like a piercing bell tolling for the lost. Her name was Mania, the goddess who held madness in her delicate but chaotic grasp. Here, in this fragile moment, the world teetered between sanity and the seductive pull of the unknown. Mania was not merely a goddess. She was a tempest that stirred the human soul, a force that seduced the mind with visions of untamed creativity and frantic despair. The ancient Greeks understood her essence, capturing it in tales that gripped the hearts of mortals. From the heights of Olympus to the depths of despair, her influence seeped into the very fabric of life. Artists and philosophers alike begged for her touch, craving the wild abandon that came with her presence. Yet, with her blessings came the risk of losing oneself entirely. Her name reverberated in the whispers of poets, who sought her gift for inspiration, knowing all too well that it could lead them down a dark path. The stories told of great figures who danced with Mania, Sappho, whose verses dripped with yearning, and Euripides, who spun tales that echoed the madness of the human condition. Each created in the haze of her influence, but at what cost? The shadows of their lives bore witness to the thin line between brilliance and chaos. Imagine a crowded theater in ancient Athens, the air thick with anticipation. The audience held its breath as the actors poured their souls onto the stage, channeling the raw energy of Mania. The tragedies unfolded, characters spiraling into the depths of insanity. The audience, spellbound and horrified, felt the pulse of their own fears, the fear of losing control, of being consumed by the very madness they watched unfold. Each gasp, each tear shed, was a tribute to the unseen goddess who thrived in the tumult of human emotion. These moments were fleeting yet eternal, fleeting like the flicker of a star before it burned out. Mania found her way into the minds of those who dared to embrace her, leaving behind a trail of inspiration and destruction. The tales of the ancient world overflowed with her influence. From the frenzied Bacchae, who tore apart their own kin in a whirlwind of ecstasy, to the countless artists and visionaries who lost themselves in the pursuit of the uncontainable. They could not resist her call, as intoxicating as the finest wine, and often, they paid the ultimate price. The fields of battle, too, were her playground. Soldiers, fueled by Mania's fire, charged into war with a fervor that blinded them to the horrors around them. History records their acts of valor and cruelty, but few understand the depths of their madness. With every clash of swords and every battle cry, the goddess whispered in their ears, urging them to embrace the chaos, to find glory in destruction. This was the duality of Mania, both muse and monster, inspiring greatness while paving the way for despair. Cities flourished and crumbled under her watchful eye. The rise and fall of empires echoed her influence, for in the throes of ambition, leaders often found themselves surrendering to the wild visions that Mania offered. Alexander the Great, driven by an insatiable hunger for conquest, could not escape her grasp. His dreams of glory were woven with threads of madness, compelling him to push further and further, until the weight of his own ambition became unbearable. Yet, Mania's influence did not remain confined to the realms of ancient lore. Her essence seeped into the very soul of humanity, transcending time and place. The Renaissance sparked a revival of her chaotic inspiration, as artists like Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci channeled her energy into their masterpieces. They painted, sculpted, and created with fervor that bordered on madness, often losing themselves in the beauty and horror of their own visions. As centuries rolled forward, Mania remained an ever-present force, her whispers echoing in the hearts of those who dared to dream. The romantic poets, enthralled by the tumult of the human experience, crafted verses that sang her praises. Wordsworth, Keats, and Byron danced with her spirit, each pen stroke a tribute to the madness that fueled their creativity. Their lives became a testament to the intoxicating allure of her influence, a blend of ecstasy and torment, love and despair. And still, even in the modern age, her legacy lingers. Artists and thinkers, caught in the whirlwind of their own creativity, continue to walk the fine line between genius and madness. Musicians pour their souls into haunting melodies, each note resonating with the heartbeat of mania. Writers craft stories that pulse with raw emotion, as if compelled by her unseen hand. The world spins on, and within its chaos, her essence thrives, urging the passionate and the despairing alike to seek her embrace. As the candle flickers and the shadows deepen, the laughter of the woman named Mania rings out once more, filling the air with a sense of both delight and dread. Her influence, a double-edged sword, beckons to those who seek inspiration, while warning them of the abyss that lies beneath the surface. The dance continues, an eternal struggle between light and dark, sanity and madness. The cycle of creation and destruction spins on, with mania at its center, ever watchful, ever waiting for the next soul brave enough to hear her call. In the flickering candlelight of an ancient temple, the air hung heavy with the scent of incense and something more primal, an electric energy that charged the atmosphere. Shadows danced on the stone walls, weaving tales of worshippers lost to the throes of ecstatic frenzy. At the center, a figure adorned in vibrant robes swayed rhythmically, caught between the realms of reality and a delirious state of bliss, enraptured by the very essence of mania. The cult of mania was not merely a name. It represented a collective heart that pulsed with fervor, a tapestry of rituals woven from centuries of belief and devotion. In this sacred space, every soul present was a thread, each contributing to the vibrant, chaotic fabric that sustained their faith. It was said that the divine touched those who surrendered themselves wholly, and many did, casting aside their doubts, fears, and identities. Rituals began to take shape under the steady guidance of the high priestess, a woman whose eyes sparkled with a knowing gleam. Each ceremony commenced with the beating of a drum, its hypnotic rhythm echoing through the chamber like a heartbeat. As the thumping intensified, so too did the fervor of the gathered assembly, a mix of men and women from all walks of life, each seeking a taste of the divine madness that enveloped them. They understood that the boundaries between themselves and their gods blurred in these moments of overwhelming euphoria. As participants raised their arms, they formed a swirling vortex of bodies, their movements synchronized in a dance that spoke of a collective yearning. They sang hymns that echoed through the ages, words steeped in history, passed down through generations. Each note reverberated with longing and desire, directly appealing to the heavens. Those hymns, simple yet profound, wove together personal stories of loss, love, and liberation, binding the worshippers to one another and to the divine. Then came the moment of offerings, a ritualistic surrender to their mania. Fruits, flowers, and hand-carved trinkets were laid before the altar, symbols of gratitude and devotion. As the high priestess invoked the spirit of mania, a hush fell over the crowd. The air crackled with anticipation, and then, like a spark igniting a flame, the high priestess plunged her hands into a bowl filled with dark, viscous liquid, a representation of the goddess essence. The crowd watched in a trance as she smeared the dark substance across her forehead, her eyes rolling back in ecstasy. The sight sent shivers down spines, causing hearts to race. One by one, the faithful followed suit, their own foreheads marked with that sacred offering. There was something liberating about it, a sense of losing oneself in a greater purpose. The liquid felt like fire, both scorching and invigorating, pulling them deeper into the embrace of the divine. As the ceremony unfolded, the intensity grew until a wild energy engulfed the assembly. Bodies began moving faster. Feet pounded the earth in a frenzy, hands reached toward the heavens, and voices rose in a cacophony of raw emotion. They became one, a singular entity lost in ecstatic worship. In this moment, time ceased to exist. The world outside faded away, leaving only the heartbeat of the drum and the fervent prayers that spiraled upwards. Every participant felt the exhilarating rush of mania washing over them, each heartbeat in sync with the pulse of the earth below. Some began to sway uncontrollably, others fell to the ground, overcome by the weight of their devotion. Tears streamed down faces, not from sorrow but from the sheer weight of everything they had released: fear, doubt, and the excruciating loneliness of existence. This was their sanctuary, a place where even the most broken souls found solace within the arms of the divine. The high priestess, now a vessel of the goddess, moved through them like a whirlwind, her laughter ringing out like chimes in the wind. She reached out, her touch igniting sparks on the skin of those around her, each contact a blessing, an invitation to surrender further. It was as if the very air shimmered with the energy of the divine, wrapping itself around every worshipper, lifting them beyond their earthly struggles. In the throes of worship, they lost themselves in visions, glimpses of divine realms, moments of clarity that pierced through the fog of everyday life. Some saw past lives, others glimpsed future paths, each revelation a gift, a reason to believe, to hope. The layers of their beings peeled away as they embraced the intoxicating pull of mania, feeling lighter, freer, as if their spirits soared above the confines of their physical forms. Then came the climax of the ritual, a moment when time felt elastic, stretching infinitely. With one final pounding of the drum, the crowd erupted into a chant, a single phrase repeated with such fervor that it transcended language. Their voices melded into one, a powerful chorus that reverberated through the temple, shaking the very foundations. It was a call to the gods, a recognition of their shared existence, a plea that resonated deep in the cosmos. And just as the last echoes of their chant hung in the air, a wave of silence washed over the gathering. It was a stillness that felt alive, electric with potential, as if the universe held its breath. For a fleeting moment, the worshippers found themselves suspended between the earthly and the divine, teetering on the edge of sublime madness. But the silence shattered as the high priestess raised her arms high, inviting the spirits of mania to descend upon them. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through the temple, extinguishing the candles and plunging the space into darkness. Gasps filled the air, hearts racing in the unknown. The darkness was thick, heavy with anticipation, yet exhilarating, a prelude to something extraordinary. In that moment of uncertainty, the worshippers stood together, united in their quest for connection, for understanding, and for the intoxicating embrace of the unknown. Each heartbeat synchronized, each breath shared, a collective longing that coursed through their veins. They were ready for whatever came next, with nothing but the thrill of their faith to guide them. In the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, the air grew thick with tension as Marcus, a Roman senator, whispered to his friends about the strange happenings in the city. The Temple of Jupiter, usually a place of solace and peace, had become a stage for whispered fears and wild tales. Birds had begun to fly erratically, and the citizens reported seeing shadows that danced at the corners of their vision. It was said that those who dared to enter the temple at night could hear the cries of the damned, echoing in the darkness, mingled with the shrieks of the mad. Madness and death, two inseparable companions in Roman beliefs, wove their way through the streets of Rome like a dark tide. The Romans understood the thin veil that separated sanity from insanity, and how swiftly the grip on reason could slip away. In a society where honor and bravery were paramount, the notion of madness was as terrifying as it was fascinating. To be driven mad was to be stripped of one's humanity, to become an echo of oneself, lost to the world. Yet it also held a certain power, for the mad were sometimes seen as touched by the gods, their erratic behaviors seen as divine omens. In the cool autumn air, Marcus remembered the story of Caligula, the emperor whose descent into madness was as swift as it was horrifying. The tales of his erratic behaviors, his horse made a senator, the lavish feasts that turned into nights of terror, sent shivers down the spines of those who spoke them. Madness, in Caligula's case, was not just a personal tragedy. It became a public spectacle, mingling with the very air the people breathed. The citizens of Rome walked a fine line between admiration and dread, mesmerized by the spectacle yet terrified of its implications. Could they too slip into such madness? Death, too, loomed everywhere in Roman culture. For the Romans, it was not merely an end but a transition, a passage to another realm. The elaborate funerals, the rituals with offerings, the careful placement of coins over the eyes of the deceased, all spoke of a deep-seated belief that how one died was crucial in determining the fate of the soul. But what happened to the soul of one who died in madness? The thought sent a chill through Marcus. He recalled the stories of restless spirits, those who had been consumed by insanity in their final moments, wandering the earth, seeking solace they would never find. On the banks of the Tiber, a woman named Livia often found herself staring into the water, pondering the echo of her own heart. She had lost her brother to madness, a once vibrant soldier who returned from battle haunted by ghosts that whispered in the night. The city had been merciless in its judgment, calling him mad and throwing him into a realm of shadows and silence. Livia could still hear his voice, echoing in the recesses of her mind, begging her to remember him before the darkness swallowed him whole. With each visit to the river, she felt the weight of death's inevitability pressing upon her. Would she too, like her brother, fall victim to the madness that lurked in the corners of her own mind? In the bustling marketplace, the air crackled with rumors of a priestess who had prophesied doom. She wandered the streets, her wild hair framing a face twisted in fury and despair. The people watched her with a mix of fear and awe, for they knew that madness could be both a curse and a gift. Her prophecies, riddled with chaotic visions, sent tremors through the hearts of the citizens. What if she spoke the truth? Madness had become a mirror reflecting their deepest fears, what lay beyond the veil of life, waiting to drag them into a realm where the dead roamed freely. In the grand amphitheater, the performances took on a sinister tone as the tragedies of madness and death unfolded before the audience. Actors donned masks that twisted their faces into grotesque parodies of sorrow. They portrayed figures broken by madness, their lives consumed by the darkness they could not escape. Gasps echoed through the crowd as the stories unfolded. A mother driven mad by the loss of her child, a soldier haunted by the ghosts of those he had slain. With each act, the audience was reminded of their own fragility, how easily the line between sanity and insanity could be crossed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadows deepened, and the city transformed into a labyrinth of fears and whispers. The streets felt alive, pulsating with the energy of those who had been lost to madness and death. The ghosts of the past lingered in the alleys, their silent cries echoing in the night. Marcus felt a chill run down his spine as he walked home, contemplating the stories that haunted him. Death was omnipresent, but madness felt like a lurking beast, waiting for a moment of weakness to strike. In a small, candle-lit room, a poet scribbled feverishly, the ink staining the parchment as he poured his soul onto the page. He wrote of madness as a tempest, a whirlwind that could engulf anyone. He wrote of death as a bittersweet release, a final escape from the torment of the mind. The lines flowed like blood from a wound, each word a testament to the delicate balance between sanity and despair. The poet felt the weight of his own thoughts, teetering on the brink of revelation, wondering whether he too might someday be consumed by the very madness he sought to capture in his verses. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a pale glow over the city, illuminating the shadows that danced along the cobblestones. Whispers of those lost to madness intertwined with the soft rustle of leaves, creating a symphony of sorrow and dread. The haunting melodies of lost souls filled the night, a reminder that the intersection of madness and death was not just a tale of the ancients. It was a thread woven into the very fabric of Roman life. And as the night deepened, a question lingered in the air, a question that twisted and turned like a serpent. What would happen when the madness finally came for them? Would they succumb, or would they fight against the tide? The answer lay shrouded in darkness, waiting for the first light of dawn to reveal its truths. The moon hung low in the night sky, casting a pale, eerie glow over the ancient streets of Athens. Shadows danced as whispers of vengeance swept through the air, the kind that chilled the bones and ignited fears long buried. In the darkness, the Furies stirred. Their presence felt like a thunderstorm brewing just out of sight. These were not mere myths spun from the minds of storytellers. They were the very embodiment of justice twisted by rage, relentless and uncompromising. Generations ago, when the world was a tapestry of gods and mortals, the Furies were born from the blood of the primordial being Uranus. Their fierce countenance and dark purpose instilled in them from the start. They roamed the earth, driven by the need to avenge those wronged, to punish the wicked who thought they could escape the consequences of their actions. With eyes that burned like coals and hair woven from serpents, they were a terrifying sight, striking fear into the hearts of even the most hardened criminals. In the dim corners of Athenian society, tales of their wrath were recounted in hushed tones. Men and women tucked their children close, warning them of the Furies' insatiable hunger for justice. When a wrongdoer walked unpunished, the Furies were said to sniff the air, a dark cloud gathering above them, ready to descend upon those who had escaped the law's grasp. The stories spoke of their unyielding power, how they would track down a guilty soul like a hound on a scent, never giving up until they had tasted retribution. One fateful night, a nobleman named Cleon found himself at the heart of a storm brewed by his own treachery. Greed had led him down a path of deceit, his ambition blinding him to the cries of those he trampled underfoot. He had betrayed friends, turned on allies, and in his pursuit of wealth, he had committed unforgivable acts. As he reclined in luxury, toasting to his success with goblets of wine, he felt a chill sweep through the room, an instinctual fear prickling at the back of his mind. The flames danced, and for a brief moment, he glanced toward the door, half expecting to see the Furies standing there, their eyes alight with fury. Meanwhile, in the depths of the underworld, the Furies assembled. Tisiphone, with her sharp gaze and fierce determination, sharpened her whip, ready for the hunt. Alecto, the relentless pursuer, paced, her breath heavy with rage. Megira, the one who never forgot, clutched her chain, the weight of countless wrongs pressing down on her heart. They were a sisterhood of vengeance, bound together by the blood of injustice that stained their hands and souls. The very ground trembled beneath them as they chanted, their voices a haunting melody that echoed through the dark caverns of Hades. As the clock struck midnight, Cleon staggered out into the cool night, feeling the weight of unseen eyes upon him. He laughed off the feeling, dismissing it as paranoia, yet his laughter was hollow. The air grew thick, and the shadows enveloped him, warping his surroundings until the path home felt foreign, hostile. Suddenly, the silence shattered. A scream pierced the night, a sound that echoed through the streets, reverberating with anguish and desperation. It was the cry of a mother, mourning her lost child, a victim of Cleon's unyielding greed. The sorrowful wail cut through the fog of his drunken haze, and Cleon's heart raced, the thrill of his success draining away. He staggered and turned, the world spinning, as he caught a glimpse of movement in the shadows. The Furies materialized, their forms flickering like the dying embers of a fire. Cleon's breath hitched as he recognized the unmistakable signs of their wrath, their sharpened talons, the glowing eyes filled with ferocity. "You have wronged," Tisiphone declared, her voice a low growl, laced with the promise of retribution. Cleon's heart thundered in his chest. "It was all business," he cried, desperation leaking into his voice. But the Furies were unmoved by his pleas. Justice was not a transaction. It was a reckoning. Alecto stepped forward, her presence commanding and fierce. "You thought you could hide behind wealth and power, but we see all. We feel the pain you have caused," she said, each word slicing through Cleon's defenses, exposing the guilt that gnawed at him, a silent specter haunting his every moment. The streets were alive with tension, the air thick with fear and inevitability. Cleon stumbled back, his mind racing as memories flooded over him. Faces of those he had betrayed, the pain he had inflicted. The Furies encircled him, their voices rising in a haunting crescendo, weaving a spell of vengeance that wrapped around him like chains. As they closed in, he could see flashes of the lives he had ruined, Here the echoes of laughter turned to cries of despair. The Furies were relentless, their power fueled by the very wrongs he had committed. Each pulse of their chant resonated deep within him, like a drumbeat of judgment that would not cease until he faced the consequences of his actions. In a final, desperate attempt to escape, Cleon turned to flee, but the shadows seemed to stretch and twist around him, pulling him back into the darkness. The Furies whispered his name, a haunting melody that echoed off the walls and through the alleys of the city, the words a reminder that retribution was inevitable. "You cannot run from your deeds," Majira whispered, her voice filled with a chilling calmness that sent shivers down his spine. As the night deepened, the world outside continued on, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing in the darkness. But inside Cleon's heart, a tempest raged, fear, regret, and the cold grip of fate entwined, drawing him ever closer to the reckoning he could no longer avoid. The Furies, with their fierce determination, would not rest until balance was restored, until justice was served, and Cleon learned that true power lay not in wealth or deceit, but in the unyielding bond between right and wrong. And so, the shadows thickened, the air crackled with the spark of vengeance, and the hunt continued, as the city slept, unaware of the reckoning that was unfolding in the depths of the night. The night was thick with a palpable tension, shadows dancing in the flickering light of the torches that lined the ancient streets of Rome. A hush fell over the city as a sense of dread crept into the hearts of its citizens. They had heard whispers of the Furies, those terrifying figures of vengeance and justice, cloaked in darkness and wrath. Their appearance was a harbinger of chaos, and the air crackled with an energy that made even the bravest soul shiver. Who were these fearsome spirits that could turn the tide of fate? In the dimly lit corners of the bustling marketplace, merchants exchanged anxious glances, recalling tales passed down through generations. The Furies, known as the Erinyes in Greek mythology, were more than mere stories. They were forces of nature, eternally bound to the cycle of life and death, punishment and retribution. Their very names, Tisiphone, Majira, and Alecto, echoed through the ages, invoking an instinctive fear that settled in the pit of the stomach. The Furies were often depicted with serpents entwined in their hair, their eyes ablaze with an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. The citizens of Rome knew too well the consequences of crossing their path. With wings that could sweep down from the heavens like a tempest, they punished those who dared to commit wrongs, especially crimes against family. The stories of their furious wrath were enough to keep the bravest of men awake at night, haunted by the possibility of their retribution. As parents tucked their children into bed, tales of the Furies filled the air, warning against betrayal, deceit, and the breaking of oaths. "Do not anger the gods," they would whisper, "for the Furies can hear the cries of the wronged." Each tale was like a thread woven into the fabric of Roman belief, stitching together a society that held justice in the highest regard. Betrayal was not just a sin, it was an affront to the very order of the universe, and the Furies were the instruments of that order. It was said that the Furies emerged from the blood of Uranus, the primordial god of the sky, a product of violence and the darkness that enveloped the cosmos. This connection to creation and chaos made them not just agents of punishment, but also guardians of the moral fabric. The Romans revered them, seeking to appease their fury through rituals and sacrifices, desperate to avoid their wrath. Temples were built in their honor, adorned with offerings from those who feared the consequences of their past actions. But there were also those who felt an odd kinship with these avengers. The outlaws, the wronged, those who had tasted the bitter fruit of betrayal, found in the Furies a twisted sense of comfort. They represented the voice of the unheard, the embodiment of pain and suffering that demanded acknowledgement. In their fury, there was a raw, unfiltered passion that resonated with the oppressed. They were not merely cruel. They were relentless in their pursuit of justice, standing firm against the injustices that plagued humanity. In the heat of battle, warriors invoked the Furies, calling upon their power to unleash fury upon their enemies. The Romans believed that the spirits would lend them strength, guiding their swords in the heat of combat. They became a source of inspiration, a reminder that to fight for what was right, even in the face of overwhelming odds, would earn the respect of the very forces that govern the universe. Victory was not just a matter of skill. It was about standing before the specters of fate and declaring, "I will not be silenced." Yet, even the bravest warriors trembled at the thought of the Furies turning their gaze upon them. They knew that the spirits did not distinguish between the innocent and the guilty when it came to their quest for justice. The Furies were relentless, and their vengeance could be swift and merciless. A man who wronged another could find himself haunted by visions of the Furies, their eyes piercing through him, relentless in their pursuit of retribution. The weight of their judgment could drive a man to madness. The stories of the Furies were woven into the very fabric of Roman society. From the grandest of forums to the simplest of homes, their fables echoed through the halls of power and the alleyways of the poor. They served as a stark reminder that justice, while often delayed, was inevitable. The Romans believed that if one could appease the Furies through acts of contrition and sincere repentance, then perhaps they could evade their wrath and restore balance to their lives. In the dark recesses of the mind, however, the specter of the Furies loomed large. Those who had committed unspeakable acts could feel their presence, a cold shiver that crawled down the spine. A mother who had betrayed her children, a brother who had slain his kin in a fit of rage. The Furies were always there, watching, waiting. They were the embodiment of guilt, a reminder that no crime was without consequence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue across the sky, the people of Rome gathered in the Forum. They lit candles and offered prayers, invoking the ancient spirits to spare them from their unyielding wrath. The air was thick with anxiety and hope, as every whisper carried the weight of fear and remorse. In this charged atmosphere, the urgency of their devotion drew them together, forging a community bound by a shared understanding of justice and morality. The Furies were not just figures of horror. They were the guardians of virtue, the keepers of the scales that balanced right and wrong. And as long as they roamed the earth, their presence would loom over Rome, a constant reminder that the price of wrongdoing was steep, and the path to redemption was fraught with challenges. As night enveloped the city, the flickering flames danced like the restless spirits of the Furies themselves, weaving a tapestry of fire and shadow. In the stillness, one could almost hear the soft whispers of their names echoing through the night, a chilling reminder that their eternal watch would never cease. The night was thick with a heavy fog, swirling like the thoughts of the vengeful spirits who once roamed the dark corners of ancient Greece. Whispers echoed through the empty streets of a forgotten city, where shadows danced and flickered like candle flames on the walls of crumbling temples. Those who wronged the innocent would find no solace here. Justice lurked in every shadow, waiting for the Furies to awaken. The Furies were not just myths whispered around campfires. They were the embodiment of vengeance, fierce and relentless. Clad in the tattered robes of the night, their hair twisted into serpents, they were the daughters of Gaia, Earth itself, and they had an unyielding hunger for retribution. Their eyes burned with a rage that knew no bounds, and their voices echoed the cries of the wronged. Those who dared to cross the line would soon find themselves watched by these relentless avengers, forever haunted by the specters of their misdeeds. In the dimly lit chamber of a small stone temple, a group of devoted followers had gathered. The air was thick with incense, swirling in patterns that seemed almost alive. These were the priests and priestesses of the cult of the Furies, a secretive group that sought to appease the vengeful spirits with rituals of justice and revenge. They believed that through blood and sacrifice, they could channel the power of the Furies, seeking to balance the scales of wrong and right. A chill swept through the chamber as the high priestess, clad in a robe of midnight blue, raised her arms to the heavens. Her voice, low and melodic, began to chant an ancient hymn, invoking the names of the Furies: Alecto, Magira, and Tisiphone. The names rolled off her tongue like thunderclouds, powerful and foreboding. Each syllable seemed to summon the essence of the spirits, weaving a tapestry of dread and anticipation in the minds of those present. As the chanting echoed through the stone walls, the ambience shifted, and the flickering candlelight dimmed. The temperature dropped, and a shiver ran through the assembly, prickling their skin. They knew they were not alone. With each intonation, shadows lengthened and twisted, forming ghostly figures that flickered at the edges of their vision. It was said that the Furies were always present when their name was called. Their presence felt in the very marrow of one's bones, and tonight was no exception. Ritual blades glinted dully in the flickering light, their edges honed for the sacrifices that were to come. The followers believed in the power of blood, a sacred offering that could awaken the wrath of the Furies to unleash upon the wicked. They chanted louder now, urgency building in their voices as they envisioned the wronged rising from the ashes of their betrayal, seeking the justice that had long been denied to them. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, her face obscured by a veil of mist. The air grew thick with tension as the high priestess paused, her heart racing. The figure stepped forward, and the crowd gasped. It was a woman, her eyes ablaze with sorrow and rage, a spirit of vengeance incarnate. She had come to offer her own tale of betrayal, her own need for retribution echoing through the ages. "My brother," she began, her voice trembling with emotion, "murdered by those who wore the guise of friends. Justice has eluded me, and I seek the Furies to strike down those who took my family from me." Her plea hung heavy in the air, a tangible thing that wrapped around the hearts of those who listened, invoking their own fears and desires for revenge. The high priestess nodded solemnly, recognizing the pain in the woman's words. "Your grief shall not go unanswered," she declared, her voice rising with conviction. "Tonight, we shall invoke the Furies and unleash their wrath upon the wicked. They will know your suffering, and they shall tremble before the power of justice." As the ritual intensified, the atmosphere crackled with electrifying energy. The followers joined their voices in a haunting chorus, pouring their collective sorrow, anger, and hope into the air. Each word carried weight, a promise to the Furies that they would not rest until justice was served. The flickering candles flared, casting eerie shadows that danced like spirits in the night. Outside the temple, the wind howled through the streets, as though nature itself was responding to the call of the Furies. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the world around them seemed to shift. In that moment, it felt as if time itself had stopped, and the veil between the living and the dead was thinning. The air hummed with anticipation, pregnant with the possibility of revenge. As the final notes of their song faded into the night, a deep silence fell over the crowd. It was a silence filled with the weight of unfulfilled desires and the heavy burden of justice yet to come. Then, suddenly, the air exploded with a raw and primal energy, and the shadows coalesced into dark forms that spun and writhing like a tempest. The Furies had emerged, their presence palpable, and the followers stood transfixed, eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe. The woman's heart raced as she felt the Furies gaze upon her, a fire igniting within her soul. Justice was near, and the promise of revenge loomed large. With the Furies at her side, she could almost taste the bitterness of vengeance on her lips. The followers breathed in unison, a collective expulsion of doubt and fear, replaced by a fierce determination to see their will fulfilled. The intensity of the moment swelled, pulsing like a heartbeat, as the woman stepped forward, drawn into the storm of divine retribution that surrounded her. The Furies were calling for action, and she knew their power would not be squandered. The weight of her brother's memory wrapped around her like a shroud, and she felt invincible, ready to take on the world. The room swirled with energy, and a light broke through the darkness, illuminating the figures of the Furies above the crowd. Their eyes glowed with an otherworldly fire, and the air crackled as they beckoned, promising liberation from the chains of injustice. The time for retribution had come, and the Furies would not be denied. The atmosphere was electric with anticipation. What would happen next was beyond imagining, and yet every heart in that room knew that they were on the brink of something monumental. As the ritual reached its fever pitch, the cries of the wronged filled the air, intertwining with the voices of the living, a haunting symphony of vengeance that would echo through time itself. The night was alive with the promise of justice, and the Furies were ready to strike. In the flickering light of a torch, shadows danced on the cold stone walls of the Roman Forum. A man stood at the center, his fists clenched, eyes blazing with a fire that threatened to consume him. The air was thick with the scent of blood and betrayal. Whispers of vengeance curled around him like smoke. This was Rome, where the concepts of justice and retribution twisted together, creating a tapestry of emotions that pulled at the very soul of its people. A recent betrayal weighed heavily on the man's heart. His brother, a soldier, had been slain. His life snuffed out in a moment of treachery, leaving a gaping wound in the family's honor. As he thought of his fallen kin, the man felt a surge of anger rise within him, a primal urge that coursed through his veins. The path to vengeance lay open before him, shrouded in the fog of moral ambiguity. Would he seek revenge through the eyes of Roman law or bow to the darker, more ancient call of divine justice? In the bustling streets of Rome, the clash between legal and divine retribution played out in countless lives. For many, the law served as a shield, protecting them from the chaos of a world where might made right. The 12 Tables, Rome's foundational legal code, outlined the rules of engagement in matters of harm and reparation, a civilized way of addressing grievances. But as history often taught, the human heart is not always swayed by the cold, detached hand of legality. In ancient Rome, the gods watched closely, their deities wielding immense power over mortal affairs. When wrongs were suffered, many believed that divine retribution was inevitable, a cosmic balance that would eventually right the wrongs of the world. The man's thoughts wandered to the goddess Nemesis, the embodiment of retribution. Her presence was felt in every act of vengeance, whispering to him that sometimes the gods themselves demanded payment for the injustices of life. He could hear the echoes of ancient tales, stories of warriors and rulers who took justice into their own hands, their bloodlust igniting a fierce fire in the hearts of their followers. The tales spoke of Romulus, who, after slaying his brother Remus, built a city steeped in bloodshed and ambition, a cycle of revenge that would define his lineage and lead to the rise of the Roman Empire. Yet, as he stood there, grappling with his emotions, the man felt the weight of the law pressing down on him. Roman society was built on order, on the principle that disputes should be settled through the courts rather than by the sword. The magistrates, wise and revered, provided a framework where the guilty could be punished and the innocent restored. But the blood of his brother cried out for justice that the law could not provide. Would the death of a soldier at the hands of an enemy truly be avenged in the cold halls of a courtroom? A vision flashed before his mind. The courtroom filled with spectators, their faces painted with a mix of grim anticipation and morbid curiosity. Would they judge him a hero or a villain? The thought made his stomach churn. Revenge through the law meant standing in front of a judge, presenting his case, hoping for a fair hearing, but what satisfaction would that bring? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the man's heart raced with the promise of action. In the shadows, he could sense the ancient spirits, those who had walked the earth before him, urging him to take matters into his own hands. He imagined the thrill of confronting his brother's murderer, the adrenaline coursing through him as he exacted his own brand of justice. In that moment, he envisioned divine retribution, an act of vengeance sanctioned by the gods themselves, a sacred duty that transcended human laws. Time seemed to freeze as he contemplated his choices. The streets of Rome, so vibrant and alive, transformed into a battleground of conflicting emotions. Would he uphold the law or surrender to the pulse of vengeance that beat in his chest? Each heartbeat echoed with the promise of blood, of family honor restored through the harsh justice of the sword. Around him, the voices of the city faded, replaced by the roar of his own thoughts. He could almost hear the echoes of the past, Caesar, the great leader, who had faced betrayal with a mixture of fear and fury. The whispers of those who sought revenge in the dark of night, taking justice into their own hands, resonated like a call to arms. Yet, in the back of his mind, a flicker of doubt lingered. The law, with its structured approach to justice, provided a sense of security. What if he chose revenge and found himself lost in a cycle of violence? What if the gods turned their gaze away, deeming his act of vengeance as just another stain on the fabric of Rome? The man fought the tempest in his heart, torn between the seductive allure of immediate satisfaction and the cold promise of legal justice. As the moon rose high, casting an ethereal glow over the forum, he could feel the tension crackling in the air. The very stones beneath his feet seemed to pulse with the weight of ancient decisions, the countless lives that had been shaped by the choices of revenge. He was not alone. Countless souls had faced this crossroads, where the law met the divine, where revenge could either liberate or destroy. With a sudden surge of determination, the man took a step forward, knowing that his choice would reverberate through time. The streets lay before him, dark and full of possibilities. Would he become a warrior, guided by vengeance? Or would he honor his brother's memory through the law? The choice lay heavy on his heart, and as he walked into the night, he felt the eyes of the gods upon him, watching, waiting for the scales of justice to tip in one direction or the other. The wind whispered secrets of ancient Rome, hinting at further stories of betrayal and revenge yet to unfold. In the shadows, destinies intertwined, waiting for one man's choice to ignite a fire that could consume the very foundations of society. The night was far from over, and with it, the echoes of law and divine retribution would linger in the hearts of all who dared to listen. In the dim light of a flickering torch, shadows danced along the cold stone walls of a Roman tomb, where the air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and lingering incense. The whispers of the dead echoed softly, their stories entwined with ancient myths that had traveled from Greece to Rome, weaving a tapestry of belief that defined how the living viewed death itself. It was a world where the lines between life and the afterlife blurred, where the heart raced with both fear and curiosity. At the center of this intricate web stood Pluto, the Roman god of the underworld, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his Greek counterpart, Hades. But Pluto was more than just a shadowy figure cloaked in darkness. He was a complex deity who held power over both the dead and the riches hidden beneath the earth. The Romans, in their reverence for Pluto, understood that he was not merely a grim harbinger of death. He symbolized the inevitability of mortality and the cycle of life that must be embraced, much like the changing of the seasons. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, citizens feared and revered the idea of death, often calling upon Pluto in their prayers. To them, he was not just an endpoint, he offered a glimpse of what lay beyond. In the far corners of their minds, the chilling tales of the great hero Orpheus echoed, who had ventured into the depths of the underworld to reclaim his beloved Eurydice, only to lose her again by the turn of a head. Such myths whispered of hope and despair, a delicate dance that made the heart ache with longing. The Romans, influenced by the Greeks, saw death as a passage rather than a conclusion. Yet, the influence was not limited to Pluto alone. The Roman goddess Proserpina, closely aligned with the Greek Persephone, embodied the duality of life and death. She represented both the sweet joy of spring and the chilling grasp of winter, much like the cycle of life itself. Every year, as the earth turned from green to gray, the Romans would mourn her descent into the underworld, a poignant reminder of the loved ones they had lost. This sorrow transformed public life. Festivals such as the Lemuria were steeped in rituals to appease the restless spirits, believing that their ancestors roamed among them, their whispers carried in the night breeze. The bond between the living and the dead was a thread woven tightly into the very fabric of Roman culture. Unlike the Greeks, who often viewed death as something to fear, the Romans embraced it, believing that honoring the dead was a way to secure their favor. Richly adorned tombs and elaborate funerals were not merely displays of wealth but acts of devotion, ensuring that the departed were treated as honored guests in the afterlife. As the sun set behind the hills, casting long shadows over the city, the flickering torches illuminated the somber faces of mourners gathered to remember their dead. The stories of those who had passed were shared, echoing the Greek tradition of storytelling that celebrated the lives of heroes. It was here that the influence of Greek mythology became palpable, a living connection that transcended time and space. They spoke of Charon, the silent ferryman who transported souls across the river Styx, his boat gliding through the mists of memory, carrying with it the weight of human experience. The chilling thought of Charon's chilling presence sparked emotions of dread and acceptance. The Romans took to heart the Greeks' cautionary tales about him. They believed that a proper burial and a coin placed on the deceased's eyes would ensure safe passage to the other side, a way to appease the ancient ferrymen. As mourners paid their respects, the air thickened with unspoken fears and hopes, a collective yearning for solace in a world filled with uncertainty. In the midst of this emotional storm stood the Temple of Pluto, a sacred place where prayers mingled with incense and the cries of the bereaved. It was a site where the faithful sought guidance, comforted by the knowledge that their loved ones were under the watchful eye of the god of the underworld. Yet, amid the reverence, there lingered an unsettling tension, the fear that the line between the living and the dead was not as solid as they wished it to be. The Romans, influenced by the Greeks, believed that the spirits of the dead could return, haunting the living if they were not properly honored. This belief flourished into the concept of manes, the spirits of the ancestors who were thought to linger, requiring rituals and remembrance to keep them at peace. The Romans crafted shrines in their homes, adorned with small offerings, food, and flowers, ensuring that the memory of their loved ones would never fade. It was a dance of remembrance, a fragile balance between honoring the past and confronting the inevitability of their own mortality. As the night deepened, a sense of acceptance settled over the gloom, mingling with the shadows. The influence of Greek mythology lay heavy in the air, a haunting reminder of the interconnectedness of life and death. The stories woven into their beliefs resonated through every corner of the Roman world, shaping their understanding of loss and the sacredness of remembrance. In this blend of fear and reverence, the bonds between the living and the dead pulsed with life, a heartbeat echoing through the ages. Through the stories, the rituals, and the deities, the Romans found a way to navigate their fears, embracing the mysteries of the afterlife. The tombs filled with inscriptions, each a testament to love and loss, became symbols of their undying connection to those who had passed. The influence of Greek mythology cast a long shadow over their understanding of death, weaving a narrative that would linger, challenging them to confront the unknown while honoring the stories that defined their own lives. As the torches flickered out, casting the world into darkness, the whispers of the past remained, eternally entwined with the present, an echo of a story that would never truly end. In a forgotten corner of the world, where shadows dance and whispers of the past echo through ancient ruins, there exist gods whose names have faded from the annals of time, but whose powers still linger in the air like the chill before a storm. The chilling truth is that not all deities bask in the glory of worship. Some lie dormant, their wrath and sorrow intertwined with the fabric of the universe, waiting to awaken when the human spirit brushes too close to madness or death. As dusk fell on an unsuspecting village, the wind carried with it a sense of foreboding. Houses stood silent, their windows dark like the eyes of the forgotten. In the stillness, a figure emerged from the shadows, Xolotl, the Aztec god of death and the underworld. He was not the benevolent guide many imagined. His presence was a haunting reminder of the thin line between life and death. Devotees had once feared him, offering their blood to placate his insatiable hunger. Now he roamed the forgotten paths of the past, a specter of what once was, his bony fingers trailing through the wisps of the living. In distant lands, the echoes of despair churned the air. The ancient Greeks spoke in hushed tones of Nyx, the primordial goddess of night. With her dark cloak billowing like smoke, she wrapped the world in her velvet embrace. Madness was her gift, a subtle poison that crept into the hearts of the unwary. Those who gazed too long into the abyss of her night could find themselves dancing on the edge of insanity, caught in her web of nightmares. The poets whispered of her beauty, but it was a beauty laced with sorrow, for who could escape the grip of the night? Farther still, in the mists of Celtic lore, there lay the goddess Morrigan, a figure of battles and bloodshed. She was revered and feared, her presence haunting the minds of warriors as they faced the specter of death. As they clashed swords on the battlefield, it was her voice that sang through the winds, urging them onward while reminding them of their fragility. To see her was to invite madness. To hear her call was to see your fate written in the blood of fallen comrades. Her prophecies were riddled with pain and loss, and those who sought her wisdom often found themselves lost in a labyrinth of despair. With each passing moment, the cycle of death and madness entwined itself around the earth, pulling at the threads of human existence. In the ancient temples of Egypt, the deity Anubis watched over the dead, his jackal head a fearsome sight. He was not merely a guide for souls. He was the keeper of secrets buried deep within the sands of time. The ancients believed that to cross into the afterlife, one must face Anubis and plead for mercy. His judgment was merciless, his weighty heart measuring the worth of a soul against the feather of Ma'at. Many would falter, spiraling into madness as they realized their lives were but fleeting shadows in the grand tapestry of eternity. But madness was not solely reserved for the divine. In the labyrinthine streets of Rome, the worship of Mania, a goddess associated with the spirits of the dead, thrived in the shadows. She danced between life and death, her laughter ringing like bells in the ears of the troubled. The Romans honored her with rituals that blurred the lines of sanity. In the midst of feasts, they would offer wine and wild dances, surrendering themselves to the chaos of her spirit. It was said that to catch a glimpse of her was to be marked forever, your thoughts spiraling into realms uncharted, caught in a whirlwind of hallucination and despair. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared, the air grew heavy with anticipation. The forgotten deities, those lesser-known gods of death and madness, were stirring. In every corner of the world, their dormant energies flickered like candle flames, casting eerie shadows that twisted and turned in the night. They thrived on fear, feeding off the anguish and confusion of mortals who dared to brush against the veil of the unknown. In the stillness of the night, one could hear the echoes of the past whispering secrets of those who had vanished into the dark. There was Nibiros, a demon of madness in the ancient Babylonian pantheon, who lured the unsuspecting into the depths of their own minds, while in the far reaches of the Norse lands, Hel ruled over the realm of the dead, her half-black, half-white visage a constant reminder of the duality of existence. She guarded the souls of the unworthy, her cold grip ensuring they remained trapped in a state of eternal unrest. As dawn broke, the sun's light fought valiantly against the remnants of night, yet the shadows held their ground, clutching at the edges of reality. The forgotten deities were not just remnants of ancient lore. They were embodiments of the fears and despairs that lingered in the hearts of humanity. With every heartbeat, the tension grew thicker, a palpable force haunting the edges of consciousness. Those who dared to remember them might find themselves standing at the crossroads of their own sanity, teetering on the brink of a world where dreams and nightmares collided. And as the villagers moved about their daily lives, blissfully unaware of the lurking presence of these forgotten gods, the air crackled with the potential for madness. The stories of these ancient beings would stir again, whispering through the cracks of reality, waiting for the moment when a soul might call upon them, when the dance of death and madness would reignite, casting its shadow once more. The flickering light of a single oil lamp cast long shadows across the stone walls of a dimly lit chamber. A figure lay restless on a simple cot, sweat beading on his forehead, as the echoes of his dreams tangled with the whispers of impending doom. In ancient Rome, dreams were not mere figments of the imagination. They were sacred messages, laden with meaning and veiled warnings. Here, in this moment, the line between sanity and madness blurred, and the weight of the universe seemed to rest upon the soul of one man. In this world, dreams were believed to be the direct voice of the gods, a conduit through which divine insight flowed. The Romans, astute and superstitious, regarded the nighttime visions that danced behind closed eyelids as glimpses into a hidden reality. For them, every dream held a potential omen, a premonition that could shape the course of their lives. A shiver ran down the spine as they pondered the significance of what lay beneath the surface, as if the very fabric of their fates was woven from the threads of their dreams. Those who experienced dreams of madness were particularly scrutinized, for within such visions lay the specter of insanity. A common belief held that the gods could grant or strip away sanity at will, a fickle gift that could lead a nobleman to glory or a peasant to despair. The dreams of the troubled were examined closely, interpreted through the eyes of seers and augurs who sought to unveil the hidden truths woven within the fabric of the subconscious. The tension in the air thickened as these interpreters invoked the names of gods and spirits, seeking answers that would reveal whether a dream was a warning or a harbinger of doom. One such figure, a young soldier named Marcus, found himself ensnared in the clutches of a restless mind. Each night, he was tormented by visions of battles lost, his comrades falling one by one under the weight of their own fears. He would awaken gasping for air, the chill of impending madness creeping into his bones. The dreams grew darker, more vivid, and he could feel the grip of despair tightening around his heart. What message lay hidden in the shadows of his sleep, and what would it mean for his fate? As Marcus roamed the bustling streets of Rome, the specter of his dreams followed him, lurking just beyond his vision. He sought the wisdom of a renowned augur, an old man whose weathered face bore the scars of countless interpretations. It is said that madness can be foretold by the visions of the night, the augur murmured, his voice gravelly yet soothing. He took a moment to study Marcus, his sharp gaze piercing through the young man's facade. "Tell me, what did you see?" With trembling lips, Marcus recounted his dreams, each word heavy with the weight of his fear. The augur nodded knowingly, his fingers brushing against a worn scroll that held the interpretations of dreams, a treasure trove of ancestral knowledge. He spoke of a time when the gods would send omens to warn the living of impending madness. "Listen well," he said, his voice low and steady. "A dream of falling signifies loss, while one of drowning reflects an overwhelming tide of emotion. Beware, for they may signal the approach of madness." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the ancient city, the air crackled with anticipation. Marcus could feel the tension rising, the weight of expectation pressing down upon him. Would his dreams come to fruition? Would he be consumed by the madness that loomed like a storm on the horizon? In the days that followed, Marcus's nights grew more restless. He sought refuge in the company of his fellow soldiers, but their laughter felt hollow, their camaraderie a fragile mask that could shatter at any moment. The dreams haunted him, a relentless chorus of despair echoing through his mind. Friends whispered of the omens they had seen, of the dreams that seemed to predict their fates. They shared tales of men who had fallen prey to the gods' whims, their sanity slipping away like grains of sand. Then came the night that would change everything. As Marcus slipped into the clutches of sleep, he was enveloped in a darkness so profound that it felt like a weight on his chest. In that abyss, he saw visions of a battlefield, blood-soaked and chaotic. Shadows loomed over him, whispering secrets of a fate intertwined with madness. As he fought against the tide, he felt the essence of his sanity waver, teetering on the edge of a precipice. When morning broke, the sun's light felt foreign, its warmth a shroud draped over a soul in turmoil. Marcus awoke gasping, heart racing, the echoes of his dreams merging with the clamor of the waking world. Had he seen a glimpse of his future, or was it merely a reflection of his deepest fears? The thoughts spiraled, each one more suffocating than the last. He wandered the streets, seeking answers in the faces of his fellow citizens, who were blissfully unaware of the turmoil brewing within him. In the Senate, whispers of omens began to circulate, each senator keenly aware of the power of dreams to sway the fate of Rome. Senators would consult the signs, interpreting the flights of birds and the patterns of the stars. But it was the dreams that truly held their attention. They understood that madness could strike at any moment, a silent thief that crept into the minds of the unwary. The tension mounted, and the city buzzed with speculation, each dreamer a potential harbinger of chaos. And so, the stage was set for Marcus, his destiny entwined with the dreams that haunted him. The line between reality and the whispers of madness grew thinner, a fragile thread holding together the very essence of who he was. As he stood on the precipice of discovery, he couldn't shake the feeling that fate had woven its tapestry with his dreams, where the threads of hope and despair intertwined in a dance as old as time itself. The warmth of the sun faded, leaving behind a chilling question. Would he succumb to the madness, or would he find the strength to challenge the very gods who held his destiny in their hands? In the flickering torchlight of a dimly lit Roman chamber, an artist sits hunched over a slab of marble, sweat beading on his brow. His chisel strikes the stone, sending shards flying like sparks from a fire. But it is not the beauty of his craft that consumes him. Rather, it is a whisper in the back of his mind, a siren song of madness that pulls at his sanity, urging him to create something that echoes the chaos within. This is a world where madness dances hand in hand with brilliance, where the thin veil separating genius from insanity is often torn asunder by the very forces that inspire creation. In the bustling markets and crowded streets of ancient Rome, one might catch a glimpse of this duality in the faces of passers-by. The laughter of a child might mingle with the cries of a madman, his rants echoing against the stone walls, spilling out strange poetry that captures the attention of all who linger too long. To the untrained ear, these words may seem nonsensical, yet to those who dare to listen, they reveal profound truths lurking just beneath the surface of madness. It is in these moments that the line between sanity and insanity blurs, crafting a tapestry woven with both despair and beauty. Art flourished in this tumultuous environment, as artists and poets alike were drawn to the emotional turmoil that madness could evoke. The tragic tales of heroes and gods intertwined with hints of madness, reflecting the complexities of human nature. Think of Ovid, whose verses drip with longing and chaos, painting images of love that teeters on the brink of obsession. His words resonate with the ache of the heart, echoing the tumultuous struggles of the soul. What is love? He seems to ask, but a madness that consumes? As the sun sets over the Tiber River, casting long shadows that stretch like fingers across the cobblestones, the air grows thick with possibility. A poet, perhaps inspired by the same madness that drove Ovid, scribbles furiously on a parchment. He captures the essence of lost loves and unfulfilled desires, his words a mirror reflecting the anguish of existence. The ink smudges, but he does not care, for in this chaotic act of creation lies a glimpse of the divine. Madness, for him, becomes a tool, a means to channel the rawness of human experience into verses that will echo through time. But not all madness is quiet and contemplative. Some artists embrace the frenetic energy that comes with a mind unbound. Picture a painter, brush in hand, splattering color across a canvas with wild abandon. Each stroke is a catharsis, an expression of the tumult within. The vibrant hues clash violently, a reflection of the chaos that rages in the artist's mind. A discerning viewer might find within this chaotic masterpiece a sense of struggle, a confrontation with the darker aspects of the human condition. It is as if the canvas itself screams, inviting the observer to grapple with their own feelings of madness and despair. The Romans, with their grand temples and sprawling amphitheaters, built spaces that echoed the very essence of their art and literature. As people gathered to watch a play, they were not merely spectators. They were witnesses to the raw emotion of characters grappling with their own madness. Tragedies unfolded on stage, mirroring the tumultuous realities of life, blurring the lines between performance and sanity. A character's descent into madness, a madness often brought on by love, betrayal, or ambition, elicits gasps and tears from the audience, pulling them into a shared experience of emotional upheaval. This relationship between madness and creativity was not without its consequences. Some artists were plagued by their own demons, their minds spiraling into dark territories from which they could not return. The tragic fate of Nero, the infamous emperor, comes to mind, a man whose descent into madness led to tyranny and destruction. His reign was marked by wild excess, reflecting a mind untethered from the constraints of reason. Yet, even within his chaos, there emerged a strange beauty in the art and performances he sponsored, a bittersweet reminder of how madness can inspire even the darkest hearts. As the night deepens, the palace gardens come alive with the whispers of poets and the laughter of revelers. Bacchus, the god of wine and ecstasy, reigns over the festivities, his followers reveling in intoxication that blurs their senses. Madness and joy intertwine under his watchful eye, creating a space where creativity flourishes amidst the chaos. The poetry that spills forth from their lips is laced with the intoxicating flavor of delirium, capturing the wild spirit of the night. In such revelry, madness transforms from something to be feared into an experience to be embraced, a catalyst for the artistic fire that burns within. In the quiet corners of this vibrant world, a sculptor contemplates the very nature of madness as he chisels a statue of a tortured soul. The figure takes shape, embodying the struggle between sanity and insanity, a physical manifestation of the pain and beauty that coexist in every human heart. With each strike of the chisel, he wrestles with his own inner turmoil, reflecting the profound influence of madness in his work. The statue stands as a testament to the idea that within the depths of despair, art can emerge, shining like a beacon through the darkness. In the end, the influence of madness on Roman art and literature is not simply a tale of chaos, but rather a complex tapestry of emotions. The echoes of those voices, madmen, poets, and artists, continue to resonate through the ages, reminding us that the thin line between sanity and insanity is where true creativity often thrives. And as the final stroke of the artist's brush meets the canvas, one is left yearning to understand the depths of that madness and what it reveals about the human soul itself. The story flows onward, deeper into the labyrinth of time, where the echoes of art and literature continue to beckon, whispering of passions untamed and moments yet to come. The air was thick with tension, heavy like the storm clouds hanging low over the city of Rome. The citizens moved about their daily lives, unaware of the dark rituals that thrummed quietly beneath the surface of their bustling world. In the shadows of towering temples, the flicker of candlelight illuminated faces filled with dread and anticipation. The heavy smell of incense and the mingling scent of blood would soon weave a tapestry of horror and reverence, binding the living to the gods they worshipped. Every spring, as the earth began to thaw, the priests of Jupiter prepared for a grand spectacle. Sacrifices were the lifeblood of Roman religion, an intricate dance between the divine and the mortal. The people gathered in the forum, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and fascination. They clutched their children closer, both frightened and mesmerized by the sacred rituals that would soon unfold. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the sacred altar, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. The priests, clad in flowing white robes, moved like wraiths, their expressions masked by solemnity. Each step resonated with the weight of history, echoing the footsteps of ancestors long departed. A goat, chosen for its purity, was brought forward, its bleating a haunting melody that seemed to rise and fall with the tension in the air. The crowd held its breath, a collective heartbeat echoing the unspoken fear of what was to come. The priests raised their knives, glinting ominously under the flickering torchlight. With a single, swift motion, the blade sliced through the air, and the goat fell to the ground, a crimson stream pooling around it. Gasps surged through the crowd, a wave of revulsion intermingled with awe. This was not merely a sacrifice. It was a lifeblood, a currency exchanged for divine favor. The blood of the innocent soaked the earth, whispering promises of prosperity and protection to all who witnessed this gruesome act. Yet, it wasn't just goats that were offered up to the gods. In times of desperation, when harvests failed or enemies threatened, the stakes grew higher. The Romans turned to their most sacred traditions, offering not just animals, but the ultimate sacrifice. The chilling thought of human offerings lingered like a shadow. In the darkness of night, whispers of these ancient rites spread through the streets, igniting both fear and morbid curiosity. The tales told of young boys, chosen for their beauty and purity, dressed in white, their faces painted with hope and fear. They were led to the altar, hearts racing, knowing they were the embodiment of a city's desperate plea to the gods. The priests would chant incantations, their voices rising like smoke, each word laden with power, binding the community in a shared horror, a collective soul laid bare before the heavens. In one such ritual, the people of Rome had gathered at the Temple of Mars, their fears etched into their faces. The threat of invasion loomed large, and the flames of panic flickered dangerously close to engulfing the city. As torches were lit, illuminating the anxious faces of the crowd, the high priest summoned the young boy, a mere child, barely on the cusp of manhood. His innocence stood in stark contrast to the grim reality unfolding around him. The chanting grew louder, filling the air with a palpable intensity. As the knife was raised, Tears streamed down the boy's cheeks, mingling with the dust at his feet. But in this world, emotion was merely a footnote in the grand narrative of divine appeasement. The people could do nothing but watch, their hearts racing in unison, a symbiotic pulse of dread and anticipation. Onlookers were often torn between their desire for survival and their revulsion at the horrors they witnessed. They had come to believe that the gods demanded blood, that their very existence hinged on these ghastly offerings. The priests, with their cold, calculating eyes, understood the power they wielded. They were the gatekeepers of fate, the conduits through which life and death flowed. The sight of blood could inspire hysteria or devotion, and they used this knowledge to bind the people to their will. As the final cries of the boy echoed into the night, silence fell heavy once more. The crowd, once filled with noise, now stood paralyzed, faces pale and eyes wide. The air crackled with a mix of relief and despair, the dark tapestry of sacrifice woven ever tighter around their souls. The priests began to chant once more, their voices rising in a crescendo that echoed through the heavens, calling upon the gods to look favorably upon them. In the aftermath, the blood-soaked altar stood as a grim testament to the lengths to which the Romans would go to secure favor. Offerings continued to flow, animals and humans alike, each sacrifice a thread in the complex weave of devotion and desperation. The people made their way home, their hearts heavy, the weight of their complicity hanging like an anchor in their chests. They knew, in the marrow of their bones, that they were bound to this ritual, a cycle of life and death, of fear and hope that would never truly end. The dark allure of such traditions gripped the hearts of many, seducing them into believing that sacrifice was the only path to salvation. Yet, as whispers of dissent began to rise among the populace, the fear of the gods grew ever more palpable. The priests sensed this shift, their power challenged, and they prepared to unleash further horrors to maintain control over a restless city. As the fog of uncertainty thickened, the tension simmered, setting the stage for a confrontation that would pit the old ways against the burgeoning desire for change. An inevitable clash that hung in the air, waiting to erupt. In the flickering shadows of forgotten temples, whispers of ancient gods linger, their echoes entwining with the breath of history. When one walks through the ruins of Rome, the stone walls seem to pulse with tales of life, death, and the deities who govern the passage between the two. It was in this city, where marble statues stand sentinel over the memories of a civilization long gone, that the significance of death deities like Thanatos, Lethe, and the eerie specter of Orcus took root, intertwining with the lives and beliefs of those who came after. As night descends, the ghostly silhouettes of these deities stretch across time, their influence reaching far beyond the borders of the Roman Empire. The tales of these figures, once venerated in grand ceremonies, seep into the fabric of later cultures. They morph into new forms, yet retain the essence of their origins. In the fervor of the Middle Ages, the dance of death emerged as a vivid reminder of mortality. The iconic figure of the Grim Reaper, with his tattered cloak and skeletal hand clutching a scythe, stands as a chilling echo of Roman death deities. Just as Orcus guarded the realm of the dead, so too did this harbinger of doom remind humanity of its fragile existence, invoking both fear and reflection in the hearts of the people. As the Renaissance dawned, artists like Michelangelo and Raphael painted vivid frescoes that revived the ancient stories. In their masterpieces, the agony of death was portrayed with passionate strokes, echoing the somber yet reverent tributes of Roman times. Death, now adorned with wings and a halo, took on a new, almost romanticized persona, yet the roots of those early Roman deities remained firmly planted beneath the surface. The restless spirits of the past murmured in the ears of these artists, guiding their hands as they translated ancient fears and beliefs into vibrant scenes of life and demise. Meanwhile, in distant lands, the footprints of Roman death deities could be felt in the traditions and tales of various cultures. The Norse mythology, rich with its own pantheon of death, was influenced subtly yet undeniably by the Roman concept of the afterlife. As the cold winds swept through Nordic lands, the specter of Hel, a goddess of the underworld, bore striking similarities to the Roman notions of Lethe, the river of forgetfulness. Both figures beckoned lost souls to their realms, a stark reminder that death, in all its forms, was an undeniable part of existence. As centuries slipped by, the concept of the afterlife became a central theme in spiritual beliefs across the globe. The legacy of Roman death deities seeped into the fabric of Christianity, which emerged and spread like wildfire through Europe. The haunting imagery of the afterlife, with its angels and demons, drew from the Roman understanding of judgment and the afterlife. The gates of heaven and hell echoed the ancient tales of Orcus, reinforcing the moral compass of humanity by reminding them of the consequences of their deeds. These narratives, borrowed and transformed, created a complex tapestry that connected the divine and the mortal. Even in the vibrant cultures of South America, the specters of Roman deities lingered in the shadows. The Aztecs, with their own rich mythology, revered death in a manner reminiscent of Roman traditions. The duality of life and death served as a powerful theme, much like the Romans who celebrated rites for their deceased. The worship of Mictlantecutli, the Aztec god of the dead, mirrored the dark majesty of Orcus, binding the two cultures through an unspoken recognition of mortality's weight. Rituals and offerings became a link between the two worlds, a testament to the universality of death's grasp. In popular culture, the legacy of Roman death deities has not faded. It has transformed and adapted to contemporary senses. The figure of the Grim Reaper continues to adorn the pages of graphic novels and the frames of films, while the ancient tales of ghosts and spirits whisper through modern literature. The chilling allure of the macabre resurfaces in haunted houses and horror stories, each echoing the fears that once surrounded the Roman conception of death. The ancient gods are not merely forgotten relics. They are alive in the imaginations of those who seek to confront the inevitable. Throughout these transitions, the emotions attached to death have remained constant. Fear, reverence, and a desire for understanding bind humanity across centuries and cultures. It is in this realm of emotion that the legacy of Roman death deities finds its most profound expression. They stir feelings of unease and contemplation, reminding us that death is not merely an end, but a powerful symbol of life itself. Each culture, each era, interprets these ancient echoes in its own way, crafting stories that resonate with their own struggles and beliefs. As twilight deepens, the shadows lengthen, and the faint flickers of candlelight dance upon the walls of ancient crypts. The presence of the dead is palpable, a reminder of the many souls who once walked upon this earth. The legacy of Roman death deities lives on, intertwined with the very essence of humanity's quest to understand its own mortality. Each heartbeat, each whispered prayer, becomes an homage to those who came before. The cycle continues as new beliefs are born from the ashes of the old, creating a tapestry that transcends time and space, weaving the eternal mystery of death into the lives of those still breathing, still searching for meaning in the darkness. In the flickering shadows of a Roman villa, a group of philosophers gathered, their minds heavy with the weight of mortality. The scent of olive oil and incense mingled in the air, while the distant sounds of the bustling marketplace faded into a hushed whisper. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the marble columns, the conversation turned to a topic that haunted every mind: death. Here, Epicurus, a gentle giant of thought, spoke with a calm that belied the storm within. He believed that death was merely the end of sensation, a quiet return to the void that existed before life. "Why fear what we cannot experience?" he implored, his voice soothing yet powerful. The fear of death, he argued, was the greatest illusion. For him, the essence of life was found in the simple pleasures: friendship, nature, and philosophy. Epicurus looked into the eyes of his companions, urging them to savor every moment, to live fully and embrace the beauty of existence, even as it approached its inevitable conclusion. But seated across from him, the Stoic philosopher Seneca felt a different tremor in his heart. The world was chaotic, unpredictable, and often cruel. He defended the idea that death was not an end, but a transformation. "We are not merely flesh and bone," he proclaimed, "but spirits destined to return to the cosmos, to become part of something greater." His words were like arrows, piercing the hearts of those who listened. Seneca's Stoicism taught that the only true power lay in how one faced death. To live each day with courage, to prepare for the inevitable, was the mark of a true philosopher. His brow furrowed as he spoke, emphasizing the importance of virtue and moral clarity in the face of mortality. The tension in the room thickened as the two philosophies collided. Each man embodied a distinct response to the finality of life. Epicurus reassured, his philosophy rooted in joy and the pursuit of happiness, while Seneca challenged, his stoicism reinforcing the acceptance of fate. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows across their faces, highlighting the furrowed brows and contemplative gazes of the assembled thinkers. In this moment, the air crackled with emotion, thick enough to cut with a knife. The philosophers exchanged heated words, yet beneath their intellectual sparring lay a profound respect. Each was wrestling with the same fundamental question. How does one live knowing that death is waiting at the end? Epicurus, with his warm smile, spoke again. If we focus on the fleeting nature of existence, we will miss the joy in the present. He described the beauty of a sunset, the laughter of friends, the taste of a ripe figure. His words danced like the firelight, igniting something within the hearts of those present. He spoke of the freedom that comes from accepting death, a release from the shackles of anxiety. When you understand that life is finite, every moment becomes precious. Yet, Seneca countered with a tone that resonated like distant thunder. To embrace life means to prepare for death, he stated, his voice low and steady. Consider the soldier who goes into battle. He does not fear death, he prepares for it. This fortitude, my friends, is what we must cultivate. The intensity in his eyes could not be mistaken. In his world, preparation was key, and true wisdom lay in the acceptance of fate. The clash of ideas became a dance. Two philosophies entwined, each illuminating the other. The friends and followers who gathered in that villa felt the pulse of a larger truth beneath the surface. The essence of life, they realized, lay not solely in joy or acceptance, but in the delicate balance between the two. As time marched on, the discussions grew more animated. Epicurus, with his rich laughter, spoke of the joy found in the company of others. He recounted tales of feasts and friendships, reminding everyone that life was not about the fear of the end but about the glory of the now. He urged them to indulge in laughter, to nurture their bonds, to embrace the beauty of simply being alive. Seneca, however, emphasized the importance of reflection. Every day is a chance to learn, he urged, his voice rising above the chorus of animated chatter. Ask yourself, what have I done today to prepare for my departure? Have I lived virtuously? Have I embraced the challenges? His piercing gaze swept over the room, capturing the attention of even the most distracted souls. They were rapt, hanging on his every word. In the midst of their passionate exchange, an unexpected hush fell over the gathering. A servant entered, bearing news of a fellow philosopher's passing. The room froze, the air thick with the weight of reality. Here was the tangible reminder of what they spoke of, death, raw and unyielding. Epicurus, momentarily taken aback, stared into the flickering shadows, his mind racing. Seneca, however, looked at the news with grim acknowledgement. This is the fate we all face, he said softly, a tone of respect enveloping his words. The tension transformed into a shared understanding. The laughter faded, and in its place was a powerful, visceral connection, a collective recognition of mortality. Time felt suspended in that moment, a heartbeat echoing through the silence of the villa. Epicurus, recovering first, spoke with a gentle resolve. Let us honor our friend by celebrating life, he urged. Let us remember him not with sorrow, but with gratitude for the moments we shared. His words knitted together the frayed edges of their emotions, bringing warmth back into the room. Seneca nodded, the flicker of acceptance in his eyes. And let us reflect on what we can learn from his life, he added, his voice steady. In death, he teaches us the value of living with intention. The night unfurled like an ancient scroll, stories weaving in and out, laughter mingling with reflection. Epicurus and Seneca, though opposing forces, led their followers through the darkness, illuminating paths of joy and acceptance. Each philosopher held a piece of the truth, and in the soft glow of the night, they danced around the complexities of existence, creating a tapestry rich with emotion and thought. As the moon rose high above the villa, casting silver light on the gathering, the echoes of their discussions hung in the air, leaving threads of tension and understanding. The conversation would continue, spiraling into the depths of life's ultimate mystery. The rich history of thought and emotion, woven together, beckoned them to explore further, hinting at the many layers of meaning that awaited them just beyond the horizon of their understanding. The air was thick with an eerie silence, broken only by the distant sound of a lyre, its haunting melody echoing through the ancient woods. Orpheus stood at the edge of the underworld, his heart pounding like a drum, each beat a reminder of what he had lost. With a single glance back at the world above, he felt the weight of despair wrap around him like a shroud. Eurydice, his beloved, was gone, and he had come to reclaim her from the grasp of death itself. Once, their love had been a vibrant tapestry, woven with laughter and dreams. But fate, a cruel and cunning weaver, had cut the threads too soon. Her death, a snake's bite on a sunlit day, had shattered Orpheus's world. In moments of fleeting bliss, they had shared secrets under the starlit sky, whispered promises of forever. But now, those whispers turned to echoes, fading into the shadows of loss. With each step into the underworld, Orpheus felt the air grow heavy, thick with sorrow and regret. The landscape morphed into a realm of gray shadows, where the sun never shone and laughter was but a memory. Here, the spirits roamed, lost and longing, forever trapped in the web of the past. He brushed past them, their hollow eyes reflecting a pain he understood all too well. They reached out to him, a chorus of lament, but he pressed on, fueled by the fire of an undying love. He reached the river Styx, its dark waters swirling like a tempest of grief. Charon, the ferryman, awaited, his gaze as cold as death itself. Orpheus dropped a coin into the water, a meager price for passage, but what could truly be exchanged for a life lost? The boat glided across the river, and with each ripple, Orpheus felt the weight of the world shift. He clutched his lyre. Its strings vibrated with a resonance of longing, of hope that swelled within him. As he reached the other side, Orpheus stepped into the throne room of Hades, the lord of the dead. The air crackled with a tension that made his heart race. Hades sat upon his blackened throne, flanked by Persephone, a queen adorned in shadows, her eyes reflecting a depth of understanding. They watched him with a mixture of curiosity and amusement, two beings who relished the power they held over life and death. "Why do you trespass in my domain, mortal?" Hades's voice was a thunderclap, resonating through the darkness. "What makes you think you can reclaim what is lost?" With trembling hands, Orpheus plucked the strings of his lyre. The notes poured out like a river of emotion, weaving a spell so profound it could silence the very souls of the damned. The melody spoke of love's purity, its strength in the face of despair. It spoke of Eurydice, her laughter, her beauty, the light she brought into his life. Each note was a tear shed, a memory cherished, a heartbeat echoing in the void. As he played, the shadows danced around him, mesmerized by the spellbinding music. Hades, intrigued despite himself, leaned forward, his interest piqued. Persephone's eyes softened, a glimmer of empathy breaking through her stoic gaze. They were not immune to love's call, even in the depths of the underworld. Orpheus's song wrapped around them like a warm embrace, and for a moment, the realm of the dead felt alive. "Your music is beautiful," Hades finally said, the gruffness in his voice fading. "But what will you offer in return for your beloved?" "Anything," Orpheus replied, his heart racing, the desperation dripping from each word. "I would suffer eternity in this wretched place if it meant I could hold her again." The lord of the underworld pondered, a smirk flickering across his lips. "Very well, you may take her back. But there is a condition. You must walk ahead of her and not look back until you both reach the surface. If you do, She will be lost to you forever. Hope surged through Orpheus like wildfire, but with it came a choking fear. Could he truly resist the urge to turn and see her, to confirm that she was with him? A certainty settled in his chest, one that he fought to hold on to, no matter the weight of doubt clawing at his mind. Then the shadows shifted, and Eurydice appeared. Her form was ethereal, a ghost of the woman he loved, yet the light within her eyes burned brighter than the sun. "Orpheus," she whispered, her voice a gentle caress that sent shivers down his spine. "You found me." The reality of her presence was overwhelming. The melody of his lyre faded, replaced by the rhythm of his heartbeat. As they began their ascent, every step echoed the promise of reunion. Yet, the dark whispers of his mind taunted him, urging him to turn, to assure himself that she was truly there. Eurydice followed close behind, her presence both a balm and a torment. Orpheus felt her warmth, the way she moved with a grace that reminded him of everything they had shared. But the fear of losing her clawed at his heart. Would he risk it all for just one glimpse? The path wound upwards, brighter and warmer, but the shadows clung to him, twisting his resolve. Each step was a battle against the rising tide of uncertainty. The threshold of the living world loomed ahead, a glimmer of hope shimmering like a distant star. He could almost taste the sweet air of life, the promise of all they could be again. But that hunger to see her, to confirm her presence, gnawed at him with insatiable ferocity. "Trust me," her voice echoed, a soft whisper filled with love. "Just a little longer." But the urge became a tempest, crashing over him like waves against a rocky shore. His heart thundered in his chest, a battle between faith and fear, love and madness. Would he dare? And then, in a moment of weakness too powerful to contain, he turned. The air was thick with anticipation on the day of the funeral. Friends and family gathered, faces shadowed by grief, as the scent of incense wafted through the streets of ancient Rome. The flickering flames of torches cast eerie silhouettes against the marble statues that seemed to watch, as if guarding the very souls about to embark on their final journey. There was an unspoken understanding that death was not the end but merely a gateway to a different kind of existence. In ancient Rome, the underworld was a place that evoked both fear and fascination. The Romans had a rich tapestry of beliefs about what lay beyond the veil of death. They imagined a dark realm, ruled by the grim god Pluto, where the souls of the deceased would travel. Yet, this journey was not as straightforward as one might think. There were rivers to cross, specters to encounter, and trials to face, all shrouded in the mists of the unknown. As the procession made its way to the burial site, a shiver ran through the crowd. They whispered of Charon, the ferryman of the dead, who awaited by the banks of the river Styx. It was said that those who did not receive a proper burial would wander aimlessly, unable to find their way to the afterlife. Coins were placed over the eyes or in the mouths of the deceased, offerings to ensure safe passage. The Romans believed that without these coins, the soul would remain trapped, a restless spirit forever gazing at the shores of the Styx, yearning for the comfort of the other side. The funeral rituals were steeped in traditions that spoke to the living's fears and hopes. An elaborate feast followed the burial, a celebration of life intertwined with the somber acceptance of death. They believed the spirits of the deceased would join them, lingering just beyond the veil, partaking in the festivities and watching over their loved ones. Laughter and tears mingled, each bite of bread a reminder of the fragile bridge between life and death. But what awaited the souls in the afterlife? For many Romans, the afterlife was not a singular destination but a series of experiences shaped by how one lived. The virtuous could hope for a place in the Elysian fields, a paradise of endless bliss and serene meadows. Here, the souls would bask in the warmth of the sun, free from the toil and troubles of earthly life. Yet, the darker side of the afterlife loomed ominously. Those who had committed terrible deeds would find themselves in Tartarus, a realm of torment, where their sins would be repaid in suffering. The stories of heroes and the damned were passed down through generations, their tales etched into the very fabric of Roman culture. Legendary figures like Aeneas bravely navigated the underworld, guided by the sage spirit of the Sibyl. She would lead him through shadowy paths and past the wailing souls who had not found peace. Aeneas's journey was more than a test of bravery. It was a testament to the belief that the living could learn from the dead. The lessons of the past were meant to guide the present, a reminder of the delicate balance between the two worlds. In this rich mythology, the Romans also acknowledged the presence of their ancestors. The Laras and Penates, household gods, were venerated in homes, and the deceased were honored during festivals. It was a poignant reminder that the lines between the living and the dead were not always clear. The ancestors offered protection and guidance, their spirits woven into the fabric of daily life. The Romans believed they could commune with their loved ones, seeking counsel and finding comfort in their continued presence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the city, whispers of fear echoed through the alleys. The restless spirits were said to roam during the night, their wails mingling with the wind. Those who had not paid proper homage to their ancestors faced the chilling reality of their return, a haunting reminder of what was left undone. Every year, the Romans celebrated the Parentalia, a festival dedicated to the dead. It was a time to honor ancestors with offerings and prayers, to ensure that the bond between the living and the dead remained intact. Families would gather at tombs, sharing meals, sharing stories of those who had passed. The sorrow felt was palpable, each tear a testament to love that transcended even death itself. The belief that the dead could influence the living fueled a sense of urgency in honoring them, a desperate hope to keep the memories alive. Among these rituals, the ghost stories circulated like wildfire. Tales of the restless and their retribution left many sleeping with one eye open. The haunting stories of spirits seeking vengeance for forgotten offerings or unfulfilled promises gripped the hearts of the Roman people. It was a constant reminder that the relationship with the dead was not one of mere remembrance. It was a living bond that demanded respect. As the candles flickered in the distance, illuminating the darkened streets, the echoes of the past intertwined with the present. In the minds of the Romans, death was not an end but a transformation. The underworld was more than a place of darkness. It was rich with stories, emotions, and connections that refused to die. Each whisper of the wind carried the weight of untold tales, urging the living to remember their ancestors, to honor their choices, and to reflect on their own lives. The echoes of those journeys lingered in the air, as ancient as the stones beneath their feet. With every funeral procession, every harvest festival, and every whispered prayer, the stories of the underworld blended seamlessly into the fabric of Roman life. The fear of what awaited beyond the grave fueled their devotion, binding them together in a shared understanding of mortality. And as the sun dipped lower, casting an ethereal glow over the city, the Romans continued their rituals, each flicker of flame a testament to the unbreakable connection between the worlds of the living and the dead, a connection that promised to endure through the ages, whispering secrets of the afterlife to those brave enough to listen. The chill of the evening air wrapped around the small village as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ground. It was a time when the veil between life and death felt thin, and the people whispered tales of the departed as if they were still walking among them. In that twilight hour, the importance of the body in death became painfully clear, for it was not just a vessel that once breathed. It was a bridge to the hereafter, a key to understanding the beliefs that shaped communities across centuries. In ancient Egypt, the body was treated with reverence, meticulously preserved for an afterlife that promised eternal peace. As the embalmers worked, their hands steady and exact, fragrant oils and resins seeped into the flesh, wrapping the deceased in layers of linen and love. Each bandage held a prayer, a hope that the soul would find its way in the realm beyond. The tombs, grand and opulent, were not merely graves but gateways, adorned with treasures meant to comfort and aid the departed on their journey. To the Egyptians, death was not an end but a transformation, and they believed the body deserved nothing less than a royal send-off. In stark contrast, the Vikings viewed death through a lens of valor and honor. Their warriors were sent off on ships, draped in their finest armor, their bodies laid upon pyres that would send them sailing into the unknown. The crackle of flames echoed through the night as oarsmen pushed their vessels into the water, setting ablaze the hopes and dreams of those who had lived boldly. The smoke spiraled upwards, mingling with the stars, a tribute to lives lived in battle and loyalty. In this world, the body became a vessel not just for the past but for the future, a beacon guiding the souls of the brave to Valhalla. Meanwhile, in the lush landscapes of the indigenous peoples of North America, a different relationship with the body unfolded, a bond rooted in the earth itself. After death, the bodies were returned to the soil as offerings, a cycle of life and death that honored the interconnectedness of all beings. Some tribes placed their deceased atop high platforms, allowing nature to reclaim the body, while others buried them with sacred objects, embracing the belief that the spirit would continue to walk among the living. Each practice pulsated with the rhythm of the seasons, a testament to the belief that death was woven into the fabric of existence. Across the ocean in ancient Greece, the body was both a physical form and a symbol of the soul's journey. The Greeks honored their dead with elaborate funerals, and the sight of a shrouded figure was enough to stir tears from even the hardest of hearts. The mournful wails of family members drifted through the air, echoing the lament of lost lives. The body, laid in a tomb or cremated, was believed to be a temporary resting place, with the hope that the spirit would find peace in Hades or ascend to the Elysian fields. The rituals were steeped in poetry and art, each gesture an offering a way to ensure the deceased were remembered, their stories etched into the annals of time. As centuries rolled on, the Christians introduced a new perspective, one that intertwined faith with the physical form. The body, once a mere shell, transformed into a sacred vessel awaiting resurrection. Burial practices became imbued with rituals that invoked hope and the promise of eternal life, often involving ornate coffins and hallowed grounds. The churchyards filled with gravestones, each one a testament to a life lived in faith, a life that would bloom again in the afterlife. The intimacy of these burials, the soft earth embracing the body, carried a quiet reverence that spoke of love lost and the belief in a divine reunion. Yet, beneath the surface of these practices lay a common thread: the need to honor the dead, to recognize their journey beyond this world. In different cultures, at different times, the body became a focal point of grief and celebration, a reminder of mortality and the unbreakable bond of memory. Rituals ranged from the simple to the majestic, yet each was infused with meaning. The dead were not forgotten. They lived on in stories and in the hearts of those left behind. In the cold, barren landscapes of Eastern European traditions, the stark reality of death was met with a blend of sorrow and duty. Here, bodies were often adorned with flowers, wreaths fashioned from nature's bounty, their colors vibrant against the somber backdrop. The act of burying a loved one became a communal affair, where neighbors gathered to provide solace and share in the grief. The wooden coffins, hand-carved and polished to a shine, became more than mere containers. They were vessels of love, reflecting the lives of those who had passed. As the sun set on different cultures, the body held its place as a symbol of humanity's profound connection to both life and death. Each burial practice painted a picture of beliefs, emotions, and the eternal quest for understanding what lay beyond the mortal coil. Whether through fire, earth, or water, the body was laid to rest, but the stories continued to flow, weaving through generations like a river, ever enduring, ever alive. In every corner of the world, from the deserts of ancient civilizations to the misty forests of more recent times, the way people treated the body in death revealed their deepest fears, hopes, and beliefs. The act of laying someone to rest transcended mere physicality. It was a dance of culture and emotion that echoed through time, resonating with the living as they navigated their own paths through life. And as the last of the sunlight faded, illuminating the faint outlines of tombstones and markers, the whispers of the past lingered in the air, the stories waiting to be told. A world of beliefs and practices lay ahead, waiting to reveal how the living honored the memory of the deceased with rituals, monuments, and traditions that continued to breathe life into their legacies. The body, in death, was not simply a final chapter. It was the beginning of a new narrative, rich with history and emotion. A tapestry woven from the threads of love, loss, and the unending quest for meaning beyond the grave. In the flickering light of a dying sun, Shadows elongated across the marble tombs of ancient Rome, where the whispers of the departed mingled with the rustle of leaves. The air, thick with the scent of incense and the heaviness of unfulfilled prayers, held a tension that only the weight of history could forge. Here, the rituals of death were not merely traditions. They were a crossroads where the living met the echoes of the dead, a space where foreign beliefs seeped into the very fabric of Roman life, transforming the landscape of death. As twilight descended, the fervor of foreign cults thrummed quietly in the background, their influence weaving into the Roman customs like threads of gold in a tapestry. The gods of the East, the enigmatic deities of Persia, the haunting specters of Egyptian mythology, began to whisper promises of life beyond the grave. Each evening, the faithful would gather in secretive enclaves, their faces lit by flickering torches, eyes gleaming with the desire for enlightenment and salvation. The allure of the afterlife shimmered brightly, drawing countless souls into its embrace, as the ancient Romans grappled with their own mortality. In the bustling streets of Rome, where the scent of bread mingled with the sweat of laborers, there arose a fear, the fear of oblivion. It gnawed at the edges of minds still reeling from the loss of loved ones, compelling them to seek out the comforting arms of foreign deities. Cults that once thrived in distant lands began to take root among the Roman populace, their rituals a tantalizing escape from the inevitability of death. The cult of Isis, with its mesmerizing rites of resurrection, promised followers a journey not just into the afterlife, but into a world where the soul could thrive eternally. These new beliefs found fertile ground in the hearts of the grieving. Mothers who lost children clutched talismans adorned with symbols of rebirth, while fathers offered sacrifices to placate the shadows that loomed around their homes. The Roman funeral, once a solemn affair steeped in tradition, morphed into a canvas for vibrant rituals borrowed from foreign lands. The mourners, dressed not only in black but also in the colorful garb of Eastern mystics, would chant hymns in a language unfamiliar yet intoxicating. Each utterance carried with it a promise, a whisper of resurrection that resonated deep within the marrow of their bones. And then there was the cult of Mithras, where the initiation rites took place in dimly lit underground temples, echoing the caverns of the earth. Here, the act of dying was not the end, but a glorious passage into a new existence, an ascension marked by the blood of the sacrificed bull. The initiates, cloaked in secrecy, would gather in these hidden sanctuaries, their hearts racing with anticipation. In these sacred spaces, the boundary between life and death blurred, as they embraced the philosophy that through death, one could achieve immortality. The thundering of hooves of the sacrificial bull echoed like a heartbeat, a reminder that life was fleeting, yet the promise of rebirth lingered just beyond the veil. As the Roman Empire stretched across lands and cultures, the mingling of death rituals became inevitable. The Greek influence seeped in, too. Hecate, the goddess of magic and the underworld, found her devotees among the Romans, who sought to harness her power to summon spirits or protect their own from the restless dead. Offerings of honey and milk, once a humble offering, transformed into elaborate rituals invoking favor from the divine. It was as if the city itself held its breath, teetering on the precipice of ancient beliefs and innovative practices, each echoing with the whispers of the past. The funerary processions took on a surreal quality. As the pallbearers marched through the streets, adorned not solely with laurel wreaths, but with symbols of foreign gods, onlookers paused, captivated by the intensity of the spectacle. The haunting melodies of foreign chants mingled with the traditional cries of lament, creating a symphony of sorrow and hope that reverberated through the cobbled streets. With each step, the line between the living and the dead became increasingly blurred, as the procession ventured toward the burial grounds, a sacred space where the old and the new collided. Cemeteries transformed into an eclectic fusion of cultures, with elaborate tombs adorned with carvings of Eastern motifs and Egyptian hieroglyphs. Here, the dead were no longer just a remnant of a past life. They became vessels of hope, custodians of knowledge that transcended worldly existence. Families, now influenced by these foreign cults, would meticulously construct their tombs, inscribing prayers and offerings that echoed the beliefs of the East, believing that the right combination of words and symbols could unlock the gates to another realm. As the moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the cemetery, a sense of reverence tinged the air. The living, kneeling amidst the tombstones, felt the presence of the deceased stronger than ever. They lit candles and placed flowers at the foot of elaborate sarcophagi, their hearts swelling with yearning. The customs of the foreign cults melded with Roman practices, creating a unique dance of death, a dance that spoke of continuity, of life persisting even in decay. In this ever-evolving landscape of beliefs, the influence of foreign cults on Roman death practices became a testament to humanity's profound longing for connection. The rituals, once rigid and predictable, were now infused with an emotional pulse that resonated with the hearts of the grieving. Each chant, each offering, became a lifeline, a bridge that connected the living to the world beyond, a way to confront the abyss of mortality without fear. As the night deepened, the echoes of the past lingered in the air, an unbroken chain of belief that bound the living to the dead. Just as the last candle flickered out, casting shadows that danced playfully across the tombstones, the whispers of foreign deities clung to the night like a promise unfulfilled. The Roman heart, once steadfast in its traditions, now beat to the rhythm of multiple cultures, each pulse a reminder of the fragile line between life and death, illuminating the path that lay ahead. The statues of Jupiter stood tall, their marble eyes gazing down upon the bustling streets of Rome. Each one was a testament to ages past, a time when the gods of Olympus were revered, their names whispered in fervent prayers and offerings laid at their feet. But the air grew thick with uncertainty, a palpable tension that vibrated through the very stones of the city. In the shadows of the Forum, whispers of a new faith began to swirl, a faith that would challenge everything the Romans held dear. The flickering light of oil lamps illuminated the faces of the devoted, their expressions filled with a mixture of hope and fear. In the small meeting places, they gathered as the sun dipped below the horizon, their shared stories echoing against the walls. This was not just a religion. It was a movement, a flame igniting hearts weary of traditional worship. These followers of Christ spoke of love, forgiveness, and the promise of eternal life, a stark contrast to the judgments and rituals of the old ways. One evening, a young woman named Claudia, with hair like spun gold and eyes that sparkled with fervor, stood before a group huddled in a dimly lit room. "He is the way, the truth, and the life," she proclaimed, her voice steady yet laced with an urgency that sent chills down the spines of her listeners. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of conviction. Each heart beat in rhythm with her passionate declaration, a silent agreement forming among them. Yet, outside, the mighty empire loomed, its walls thick with tradition and authority. The priests of the old gods felt the tremors of change beneath their feet. They clutched their sacred scrolls, faces taut with anger and confusion as the new faith sprouted like weeds in their carefully tended gardens. The temples, once vibrant with ceremonies and laughter, now echoed with the silence of abandonment, as fewer souls came to pay homage. The festival of Saturnalia, once a jubilant celebration, began to feel hollow. As families gathered to share in food and laughter, the fervor of the old ways dimmed, overshadowed by the new, insistent call of Christianity. Tension crackled in the air, a brewing storm that would soon unleash its wrath. In a hidden corner of the city, the Christians felt the tightening grip of persecution. The flicker of candlelight illuminated their faces as they gathered to pray. "We are not afraid," murmured a man named Peter, his voice strong despite the fear that lurked in the shadows. "For we have seen the truth." His words ignited a fire within them, a reminder of their shared strength in the face of adversity. But doubt lingered at the edges of their hearts. The threat of Roman authorities loomed larger each day. As the sun rose on a new day, the clash between the old and the new reached a boiling point. The emperor's edict rang out, a decree that sent shockwaves through the streets of Rome. Christians were to be hunted, their gatherings outlawed, their beliefs deemed a threat to the very fabric of the empire. The weight of the world bore down upon them, yet Claudia and her friends refused to yield. They sought solace in their faith, drawing courage from each other as they faced a tide that threatened to engulf them. In the dark of night, they gathered in the catacombs, the cool stones surrounding them a stark contrast to the heat of their conviction. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and flickering torches cast eerie shadows upon the walls. Here, life thrived in the most unlikely form, a community bound by love and faith, stronger than the iron chains that sought to bind them. But the old ways were not ready to be extinguished. The priests, desperate to reclaim their power, concocted elaborate rituals, hoping to win back the hearts of the people. They paraded through the streets, offering sacrifices and chanting invocations, their voices rising like a wave crashing against the shore. But the tide was shifting. The ground beneath them trembled as more souls turned away, their eyes drawn irresistibly to the radical message of the Christians. In a dramatic turn, a once loyal soldier named Marcus began to question everything he had known. The sound of swords clashing in battle, the thick smell of blood and sweat. It all felt meaningless in light of the hope he had witnessed among the followers of Christ. Torn between loyalty to the empire and the stirring of his own convictions, he stood on the precipice, ready to leap into the unknown. The confrontation came suddenly, a clash of ideologies that rippled through the city. The Christians, emboldened by their shared purpose, stood tall in the face of oppression. Their voices rose in unison, a hymn of defiance that echoed through the streets. "We will not hide. We will not be silenced." The sound reverberated, igniting a fire in the hearts of many who had been too afraid to speak out. Yet, the Roman soldiers marched in, clad in armor that gleamed like the sun. The tension reached a fever pitch, a moment suspended in time, every heartbeat a prayer. Amidst the chaos, Marcus finally stepped forward, a soldier turned believer, ready to embrace the truth he had long denied. His voice cut through the turmoil, strong and resolute. "I will stand with them." Gasps filled the air, a collective intake of breath like a thunderclap. The soldiers hesitated, the weight of the moment hanging heavily. A flicker of confusion sparked among them, a crack in their unwavering resolve. And for a heartbeat, it seemed as if the tide might finally turn. But the struggle was far from over, the currents of fate swirling with relentless force. As the sun dipped below the horizon once more, shadows crept over the city, setting the stage for an epic saga that had only just begun. The clash of old and new reverberated through the streets of Rome, a battle not of weapons but of souls, a fierce, unyielding fight for belief in a world teetering on the edge of transformation. The echoes of this struggle would resonate long after the last prayer had been spoken, and the movement that began in secret would soon rise to challenge the very foundations of the empire itself. A chilling wind swept through the narrow streets of medieval Europe, carrying whispers of the past that hung in the air like ghosts, waiting to be acknowledged. It was a time when death loomed large, a constant companion that danced hand in hand with madness. In the shadows of crumbling stone walls, where the echoes of Roman legacies still lingered, the specter of mortality shaped the lives of ordinary people and the powerful alike. There was a time when the Roman Empire reigned supreme, its grandeur painted vividly in the lives of its citizens. But with all its glory came the grim reality of death, public executions, gladiatorial games, and the ever-present fear of the unseen. The Roman approach to death was theatrical, almost celebratory, a stark contrast to the medieval mindset that would soon follow. Yet, the echoes of those ancient practices did not disappear. They seeped into the very fabric of European society. As the empire fell, it left behind not just ruins, but an unsettling legacy that would haunt generations. In the flickering candlelight of a small chapel, a priest recited prayers over a body laid out on a rough-hewn table. The hum of anxious whispers filled the air, a mixture of reverence and fear. Death was not merely an end. It became an enigma wrapped in superstitions. The people, terrified of what lay beyond, began to imagine a world populated by spirits, demons, and the restless dead. The Church, an institution born from the ashes of Roman power, seized this fear, turning it into a tool for control. The legacy of Roman madness, the belief that the unseen realm was fraught with danger, permeated the very essence of medieval life. The tales of the deceased began to intertwine with the living, Villagers would gather around the flickering light of a fire, sharing stories of those who had passed. The dead were no longer just remnants of the past. They became figures of awe and dread, their lives reshaping the reality of the living. The Romans had been fascinated with the afterlife, and now madness was born from the fear of what lay ahead. Would they be judged? Would they wander the earth in torment? Such questions haunted medieval minds, often leading them to madness or despair. In the grand castles where lords and ladies resided, the fear of death took on a different hue. Here, the rituals surrounding death were steeped in opulence yet tinged with dread. The wealthy would lay elaborate feasts for the dead, believing that a well-fed spirit would bring blessings to the living. Yet, such displays of wealth could not disguise the growing madness that encircled them. Knights, once brave in battle, began to believe they were cursed, haunted by the shadows of those they had slain. The legacy of Roman bloodshed echoed in their minds, spiraling them into a cycle of violence and paranoia. As the Black Death swept across Europe in the 14th century, the legacy of death became more palpable than ever. This wasn't just a plague, it was a reckoning. Entire villages fell silent, their streets lined with bodies, a haunting reminder of the fragility of life. The cries of the dying mingled with the church bells tolling, marking each death with a sorrowful rhythm. The madness of despair gripped Europe, spinning tales of retribution from a vengeful god. In the face of such overwhelming loss, people sought meaning in the chaos, clinging to the remnants of Roman beliefs. They looked for answers in astrology, omens, and the ebb and flow of life and death. In the streets, the image of death morphed into something grotesque yet alluring. The danse macabre, a dance that depicted death leading people from all walks of life, emerged as a powerful symbol. It was a reminder that no one, not even the most powerful lord or beautiful maiden, could escape death's grasp. The lively yet morbid illustrations began to creep into the very art of the time, reflecting the madness that had ensnared the people. They were drawn to death, not as a fearsome finality but as a twisted companion in their lives. Among the monks and scholars, the Roman fascination with the human body sparked an obsession that led to dissection. Bodies, once held in sacred reverence, became objects of study. This mingling of science and the macabre reflected the tumultuous relationship society had with death. The pursuit of knowledge, rooted in the Roman legacy, was now intertwined with the madness of probing into the afterlife's secrets. These scholars pondered the mysteries of existence and the soul, their musings often leading into dark, uncharted territories of thought that would haunt them long after the sun set. In the bustling marketplaces, the fear of the undead became palpable. Stories of revenants, those who returned from the grave, gained traction, feeding into the medieval psyche already strained by the scars of the past. The fear of the dead rising fueled a frenzy, leading to witch hunts and fires that consumed not just the guilty but the innocent as well. Here, the legacy of Roman death transformed into madness, spiraling into a chaos that drowned the true essence of humanity in darkness. Accusations flew like arrows, piercing through the fabric of communities as paranoia gripped the hearts of the people. In the midst of this turmoil, the church's grip tightened. It became the gatekeeper of heaven and hell, handing down decrees that fed the madness. The lavish burials, once a Roman tradition, turned into a spectacle of fear, each ceremony reminding the living of their unavoidable fate. As people knelt in prayer, begging for salvation, the line between sanity and madness blurred. They longed for guidance, yet the more they sought answers, the deeper they sank into despair. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the legacy of Roman death continued to pulse through the veins of medieval Europe. The tales of lost souls and haunted dreams merged into a tapestry of hope and hopelessness. The past, with its echoes of glory and gruesomeness, lingered just out of reach, fueling an insatiable thirst for understanding that drove the people to the brink of madness, even as they clung to the notion of a better tomorrow. With every generation that passed, the legacy twisted and turned, evolving into something both haunting and beautiful. The dance with death became an intricate part of life itself, shaping beliefs, fears, and aspirations. The dark undercurrents of the past whispered through the ages, leading the way into an unknown future, where the echoes of madness would continue to resonate. The winds howled through the stone streets of ancient Rome, carrying with them whispers of betrayal and bloodshed. Underneath the grandeur of marble columns and the echoing laughter of the Senate, the heart of revenge beat with a ferocity that could not be ignored. It was a pulse that drove men to insanity and women to desperate measures. Revenge was not merely a personal vendetta. It was a cultural thread woven into the very fabric of Roman society. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on the cobblestones, a young soldier named Marcus stood at the edge of his family's property. The scent of smoke lingered in the air, a bitter reminder of the fire that had consumed everything he held dear. An enemy, a rival clan, had infiltrated his home, snatched away his family, and left him standing alone, a vessel of grief and fury. In that moment, revenge became not just a thought, it transformed into a dark, aching necessity. Over the centuries, this sense of vengeance morphed and adapted, reflecting the shifting moral landscape of Rome itself. Early on, in the days of the Republic, revenge was often seen as a duty, a way to restore honor. The laws were simple. If wronged, one must retaliate, for to do nothing was to accept shame. The tales of the Gracchi brothers echoed through the streets, their tragic stories igniting a fire within the hearts of the oppressed. They became martyrs for revenge, their deaths calling the citizens to rise against the injustices they witnessed. Their blood spilled on the Senate floors, a potent reminder that inaction could yield dire consequences. As the empire expanded, so too did the complexities of revenge. It was no longer just about personal grievances. It began to intertwine with politics and power. The infamous feud between Julius Caesar and Pompey was a vivid tapestry of betrayal. Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon was not merely a military maneuver. It was an act steeped in revenge against the Senate's betrayal. The tension crackled in the air as citizens watched their leaders turn against one another. The promise of loyalty shattered like glass. In the shadows, another figure emerged. Cicero, the statesman and philosopher. He spoke passionately against the tide of revenge that threatened to engulf Rome. Justice, he proclaimed, is the foundation upon which a true republic stands. Yet, the allure of vengeance clung to the hearts of the people. The Senate's betrayal burned deep in the souls of those who had lost their loved ones to treachery. They sought solace in the belief that revenge could restore balance to their lives. Amidst these tumultuous tides, women too found their voices. Fulvia, the wife of Mark Antony, wielded her own form of revenge when her husband was betrayed by Octavian. The very walls of Rome shook with the fury of her actions. She took to the streets, fueled by a fire that transcended gender, seeking to avenge the wrongs done to her family. Her fierce determination transformed her from a mere spectator to a formidable force, twisting the concept of revenge into something more personal, more visceral. Then came the rise of Nero, the emperor whose reign would leave scars across the Roman psyche. His name became synonymous with cruelty, yet beneath that cruelty lay a profound need for revenge. When his mother, Agrippina, threatened his power, he turned against her in a shocking act of betrayal. The whispers of her demise traveled through the city like wildfire, showcasing the double-edged sword of revenge. It was a reminder that those who sought vengeance could quickly find themselves ensnared by their own desires. As the empire began to crack under the weight of its own ambitions, the concept of revenge transformed yet again. The gladiatorial games became a spectacle of brutality, where revenge was served cold and brutalized in the arena. The roars of the crowd echoed the primal instinct for bloodshed. The desire for vengeance morphed into entertainment, a dark reflection of society's own struggles. With the rise of Christianity in the later years of the empire, the ideals of forgiveness began to clash with the ancient call for revenge. The teachings of Christ spread like a gentle breeze through the harsh landscape of revenge-soaked Rome. "Turn the other cheek," echoed through the streets, challenging the very foundation of retribution. Yet the scars of betrayal ran deep. The emperors who clung to old ways found themselves at odds with this new wave of thought, leading to a cultural schism that threatened to unravel the empire's moral fabric. In the twilight of the empire, As Rome faced its decline, the concept of revenge devolved into a chaotic, desperate grasp for power. The once glorious Senate became a stage for political assassinations, and conspiracies swirled like a tempest. Each betrayal fueled the desire for retribution, feeding a cycle that seemed unbreakable. Senators turned on each other, echoing the cries of long-lost warriors who had once fought for their honor. Yet, through the blood-soaked streets and the haunting cries of the damned, there lingered an understanding that revenge was a double-edged sword. It offered a promise of satisfaction but often delivered only despair. The echoes of past grievances lingered in the hearts of the Roman people, the weight of their choices pressing down like the fiercest of storms. As twilight descended upon the crumbling structures of Rome, the air thick with the scent of ambition and regret, the story of revenge continued to weave its intricate tapestry. Each thread connected to the next, forming a complex narrative that spoke of human nature, grief, and the longing for justice. The ghosts of the past whispered through the ruins, reminding those who wandered its streets that revenge was not just an act but a relentless cycle, a tale that would never truly end. The dawn of a new era loomed on the horizon, ready to shape the future yet unaware of the shadows it carried. In the flickering torchlight of ancient Rome, the air crackled with the tension of the unexpected. A figure stumbled onto the stage, eyes wide and breathless, a wild laugh escaping his lips. His hair was disheveled, and the fabric of his toga hung askew, a chaotic mirror of his mind. As the audience gasped, a chill ran down their spines. Madness was not just a state of being. In the world of Roman comedy and tragedy, it became a vivid character, playing with the strings of emotion and perception, forcing laughter and tears in equal measure. The laughter echoed in the amphitheater, a haunting reminder of the thin line separating sanity from insanity. Characters like the shrewd slave in Plautus comedies often danced between cleverness and madness, crafting absurd plots with a manic energy. Their mental quirks, at times, made them both endearing and lamentable. One could almost hear the audience's heartbeat as they wondered if this character would succeed or fall deeper into chaos. Would the wily slave outsmart his master or succumb to the swirling vortex of his own thoughts? Such uncertainty held everyone captive, a magnetic pull that kept them on the edge of their seats. Then there were the tragic figures, whose madness carried the weight of despair. The tortured soul of Seneca's tragedies, steeped in the darkness of fate, was far removed from the light-hearted antics of comedy. Characters like Nero, driven by suspicion and fear, painted a portrait of madness that was chillingly real. In the moments of their unraveling, the audience felt a visceral connection, a pulse of empathy mixed with horror. The tragedies revealed the stark truth. Madness can spring from betrayal, loss, or the suffocating grasp of power. The audience found themselves grappling with the rawness of emotions, feeling the urge to reach out and pull the characters back from the precipice of their own making. Whispers of mental disturbance echoed through the corridors of these ancient plays. The characters' madness was often dramatized through striking visual imagery. In one memorable scene, a nobleman, eyes blazing with delirium, tore at his robes, the fabric ripping under the strain of his fraying sanity. The audience held their breath, entranced by this physical manifestation of internal turmoil. It was as if every thread of fabric spoke to the unraveling of the soul, each tear a testament to his crushing despair. As the lines between madness and genius blurred, the theater became a mirror reflecting the complexities of human nature. The comedic layers of mistaken identities and clever deceptions were juxtaposed with the tragic realities of madness spiraling out of control. The audience, swept along in the emotional tide, couldn't help but wonder, was this madness a mask hiding truth, or the truth itself wearing a mask? The laughter and tears intertwined, weaving a rich tapestry of human experience. In a comical twist, characters sometimes found themselves pretending to be mad to escape the clutches of their realities. The play of madness became a tool, a means to navigate the absurdities of life. In that moment, the audience felt a rush of relief. Surely, this was a reflection of their own lives. Who among them hadn't donned the mask of humor in moments of overwhelming sorrow? The very act of laughing at madness created a connection that transcended time and place. Then came the tragic moments that chilled the bone. In the crescendo of violence and despair, madness erupted like a tempest. The stage would transform into a battlefield of the mind, where characters fought not just against their enemies, but against their own spiraling thoughts. The haunting cries of a character losing grip on reality echoed beyond the stage, reaching into the hearts of those watching. In those agonizing moments, the audience shared the weight of the character's burdens, feeling the sharp sting of shared humanity. They could hear the silence of a lost mind, a darkness that loomed large, reminding them of their own fears, their own uncertainties. Within this powerful dynamic, the nature of madness itself became a character, alive and pulsing with energy. It could be both a tragic flaw and a source of strength, guiding characters toward their fates. In the hands of skilled playwrights, madness transformed into a vehicle for profound commentary on society, morality, and the fragility of the human condition. The audience could sense the tides shifting, the narrative deepening, as laughter faded into an uneasy silence, replaced by an undercurrent of tension that hinted at darker revelations. As the performance unfolded, the emotional landscape shifted like a stormy sea. The audiences would laugh at absurdities, their laughter ringing out like a bell, only to be swallowed by the weight of tragedy that followed. The shift was tangible, a swift change that left them breathless, caught in a whirlwind of emotions. The laughter of the comedic characters often served as a prelude to the heavier themes that lay beneath the surface, a grim reminder that even in jest, madness could rear its ugly head at any moment. In a climactic scene, a character, once the life of the party, stood in silence, staring blankly into the void. The vibrant colors of the comedy faded, leaving behind a stark grayness that enveloped the stage. The audience felt a collective gasp, a shiver running through them as they recognized the transformation. It was not merely a loss of sanity. It was a poignant reminder of the fragility of their own minds. The laughter, once so carefree, now echoed hollowly, revealing the haunting truth that madness lurked just beneath the surface of every human heart. And as the final curtain fell, the emotional waves continued to lap at the shores of their consciousness, leaving them lost in a sea of reflection. The stories of madness in Roman comedy and tragedy were not merely tales for entertainment. They resonated deeply within the souls of those who watched. Each character's descent, whether into laughter or despair, opened a window into the complexities of life itself. The echoes of their laughter and cries merged into a haunting symphony, an eternal reminder of the delicate balance that exists between sanity and madness. As the audience rose from their seats, they carried with them the remnants of the performance, the vibrancy of laughter intertwined with the shadows of sorrow. The theater doors opened into the night, but the stories lingered, whispers of madness echoing in their hearts, a never-ending cycle of emotion that would follow them long after the last light had dimmed. The world beyond beckoned, but the threads of comedy and tragedy remained woven tightly, a tapestry of humanity that would continue to unfold, inviting further contemplation and connection. Beneath the flickering candlelight of history, shadows dance on the walls, whispering tales of brilliant minds spiraling into madness, only to meet their tragic ends. In these stories, the line between genius and insanity blurs, creating a chilling mosaic of human experience that captivates the imagination. Think of a night filled with echoes, where laughter turns to screams and creativity converges with despair. Vincent van Gogh, with his fiery brushstrokes and swirling skies, captured emotions like no other. Yet, behind the canvas lay a tumultuous spirit. His struggle with mental illness was as vivid as the colors he painted. Picture him, alone in his dimly lit room, the scent of turpentine mingling with the stale air of solitude. On that fateful night in July 1890, he would take a step that echoed through time, an act born of pain and unrelenting despair. The world wept for the artist who painted the stars, yet never saw them shining in his own life. Then there's Edgar Allan Poe, the master of macabre. His tales send shivers down spines, but the man behind the quill faced demons far worse than those in his stories. Haunted by the death of loved ones and the specter of alcoholism, Poe's life was a dark labyrinth, leading him to an untimely demise. On a rainy night in 1849, he was found wandering the streets of Baltimore, incoherent and broken. His mind, once a vibrant tapestry of Gothic horror, unraveled thread by thread, leaving behind a legacy steeped in sorrow. And who can forget the tragic figure of Sylvia Plath? A poet whose words could pierce the soul. Her life was a constant battle against the relentless waves of depression. The haunting imagery in her poems reflected the turmoil within her. On a chilly February morning in 1963, the world lost a voice that echoed the struggles of so many. The still air was heavy with the weight of her absence, leaving a void that could never be filled. Friedrich Nietzsche, the philosopher who proclaimed, "God is dead," found himself grappling with madness as well. His thoughts danced on the edge of reason, a tightrope act teetering between brilliance and insanity. In a moment of tragic clarity, he collapsed in the streets of Turin, hugging a horse, weeping for its suffering. A brilliant mind reduced to shadows, clawing at the remnants of his sanity. The man who once sought to redefine existence was now enveloped in the very darkness he questioned. And then there was the enigmatic figure of Virginia Woolf, whose stream of consciousness style flowed like a river brimming with emotions. Yet, beneath the surface, she battled the currents of her own mind. Woolf's letters reveal her struggles, a heart laid bare in ink. In March of 1941, she walked into the river near her home, pockets filled with stones, making a final choice that echoed through the literary world. This was not merely an end but an outcry for understanding, a desperate plea from one who felt the weight of her thoughts too heavy to bear. The screenwriter and director, John Huston, painted narratives that kept audiences on the edge of their seats. Yet, behind the scenes, he battled the demons of addiction. His films were masterpieces, but they often blurred the lines between fiction and his chaotic life. Huston's own story culminated in a poignant reflection on mortality, revealing how the very art that thrilled millions was born from a place of struggle and pain. Each of these figures stands as a testament to the fragility of the human condition, where creativity often intertwines with suffering. They are reminders that genius is not without its price, and brilliance can sometimes be a curse. The darkness that enveloped them is a chilling reminder of the depths to which the mind can plunge. And then there's the haunting legacy of Marilyn Monroe, a star who shined too brightly in a world that demanded she dim her light. Behind the glamorous facade was a woman who battled deep insecurities and unrelenting sadness. Her tragic death in 1962 left the world in shock, a reminder that the brightest stars often burn out far too soon. In her wake, she left a trail of unanswered questions and a life that seemed so perfect yet was riddled with despair. With each figure, the pattern emerges, a dance between brilliance and darkness, a tragic ballad sung through the ages. Leonardo da Vinci, whose inventions and art reshaped the world, also faced the isolating grip of genius. His sketches of flying machines and human anatomy were marvels, yet the whispers of his loneliness linger in the shadows, hinting at a mind that was often at war with itself. The painter Frida Kahlo, vibrant and fierce, painted her pain in vivid colors, yet her heart endured endless suffering. Each stroke of her brush was a battle cry against the world that sought to define her. Her legacy continues to inspire, a fiery testament to the struggles faced by those who refuse to be silenced. As history unfolds, these figures become symbols, not just of their time but of the eternal struggle between madness and mortality. The tales of their lives are imbued with passion, heartache, and an unyielding quest for meaning in an often chaotic world. They remind us that behind every masterpiece lies a story of struggle, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. In this gallery of souls, the echoes of their existence linger like a haunting melody, a reminder that madness and death are often intertwined with the very fabric of creativity. As we turn the pages of history, we find ourselves drawn into their stories, unable to escape the gripping truth of their lives. And as the candle burns low, the shadows stretch and sway, inviting us into the next chapter, where the tales of those who dared to dream and the weight of their burdens continue to intertwine, drawing us further into the depths of human experience. In a dimly lit room, Shadows danced along the walls, flickering like the whispers of the long dead. The air was thick with tension, as if the very atmosphere were holding its breath, waiting for the unthinkable to happen. In ancient Rome, the gods were more than figures of bronze and stone. They were living entities, woven into the fabric of life, steeped in both reverence and fear. The Romans believed that some deities dwelt in darkness, harboring secrets that could drive a man to madness. These were the dark gods, feared in hushed tones, cloaked in taboos that dared not be spoken aloud. To the average Roman citizen, the vast pantheon of gods promised blessings, prosperity, and protection. Yet beneath this layer of divine reassurance lay an undercurrent of dread. For every Jupiter and Venus, there were gods like Dispater and Mania, who thrived in the shadows, feasting on the terror of mortals. The very names of these dark deities struck fear into the hearts of those who spoke them, conjuring images of darkness, death, and despair. It was believed that to invoke them, even inadvertently, was to court calamity. As night fell over the city, the streets buzzed with the chatter of traders closing their stalls and families gathering for dinner. But in the darker corners, away from the flickering lanterns, the air was thick with superstition. It was a time when omens were scrutinized, dreams interpreted, and signs in the heavens were read like a book. The Romans knew that the dark gods were frequently lurking, waiting for a moment of weakness, ready to snatch away the light of joy and plunge a life into chaos. One such omen was the appearance of an owl, a bird long associated with ill fortune. To see one perched silently upon a rooftop was enough to send shivers down the spine of even the most stoic. It was said that these creatures were messengers of the underworld, sent to deliver chilling tidings from Dispater himself. The mere thought of such a visit could cause a ripple of panic to pass through a household, the air punctuated by hushed voices debating the meaning of the omen. In the dead of night, when the moon hung low in the sky, families would gather to ward off the lurking dread. They would leave offerings at their doorsteps, bowls filled with honey and grains, as a gesture of goodwill to the darker powers that roamed the streets. It was a gamble between reverence and fear, for the line between pleasing a god and provoking their wrath was perilously thin. The sacrifices, while simple, carried an immense weight, as each grain offered was a plea for protection against the unpredictable nature of fate. The mysteries surrounding the dark gods were not limited to urban dwellers. Even the bravest soldiers venturing into foreign lands carried the weight of these fears with them. In the midst of battle, when swords clashed and blood spilled, the whispers of the dark gods would echo in their minds. Legionnaires would share stories of their comrades who, after falling in combat, were said to have been claimed by the shadows. It was believed that these fallen warriors had not just lost their lives but had been taken by the very entities that thrived on despair. The priests, too, were often caught in this web of fear. They performed rituals meant to placate the dark gods, invoking sacred words that echoed through the silent night. They brandished symbols of protection and offered prayers that rose like smoke into the heavens. But even they were not immune to the chill that crept up their spines at the thought of what lay beyond the veil of life. Sacrifices were conducted under the cloak of darkness, typically shrouded from the eyes of the public, lest the very gods they sought to placate turn their fury upon their own congregations. In the hidden corners of society, there existed a darker underbelly where the worship of these gods was not merely a fear but a perverse form of devotion. Cults thrived in secrecy, their rituals cloaked in shadows and hushed whispers. The rites often involved offerings that would make the heart race. Blood, not just from animals but sometimes from humans. Echoes of a chilling past that lingered in the memories of the living. Their gatherings were steeped in mystery, moving like a dark cloud that threatened to engulf the unsuspecting. Amid the swirling rumors and chilling tales, there were individuals who flirted dangerously close to the edge of madness, drawn to the allure of the forbidden. They were the ones who sought communion with the dark gods, believing that in their embrace lay untold power. But the price of such knowledge was steep, often resulting in a descent into insanity. The stories of these individuals became cautionary tales, shared in worried tones over flickering fires. Their names were never uttered lightly, for to say them was to acknowledge the fragility of the human soul against the relentless dark. As night continued its grip on the city, the tension in the air intensified. The concept of fate loomed large, twisting and turning like a serpent waiting to strike. The citizens of Rome understood that the dark gods were always present, lurking just out of sight, ready to weave their influence into the fabric of everyday life. Fear was a thread that bound them together, weaving a tapestry rich with caution, superstition, and an unshakable sense of the unknown. In this world of shadows and whispers, the boundaries between God and monster began to blur. The tension was palpable, a silent agreement that would keep the night alive with fear and wonder. Each corner held a secret, each shadow a story waiting to be told, and the darkness promised that it would never truly relinquish its hold. And as the night deepened, a chill crept in, thickening the air with an unspoken dread. The dark gods were not just a part of the myths. They were real, and their influence could be felt even in the hearts of the bravest. The pulse of ancient Rome thrummed with the rhythm of fear, and it was impossible to turn away from the shadows that danced just out of reach. In the fading light of dusk, the ancient forest stood still, a world where shadows whispered secrets and the air hummed with the pulse of life. The trees, towering sentinels of time, stretched their gnarled branches toward the heavens, while their roots delved deep into the earth, entwined with the spirits of the past. This was no ordinary grove. It was sacred, a sanctuary where the line between the living and the unseen blurred, a place where chthonic deities resided, guardians of the underworld, enigmatic and powerful. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a chill enveloped the grove, wrapping around the senses like a shroud. The atmosphere crackled with an electric tension, as if the very air were holding its breath, waiting for something to stir. In those moments of twilight, the sacred groves became a portal, a mystical realm where nature intertwined with the divine, where every rustle in the underbrush sent shivers down the spine, echoing tales of ancient rituals and forgotten lore. The sacred groves have long been revered by civilizations across history. In Greece, they were not mere patches of wilderness but hallowed grounds where the deities of the earth and underworld were honored. Enormous oak and olive trees became the sanctuary of Demeter, goddess of fertility, while others paid tribute to Hades, the ruler of the underworld. Here, nature became a conduit through which the divine communicated with mortals, breathing life into the myths and beliefs that shaped civilizations. People would come, hearts pounding with reverence, to offer sacrifices, believing that their devotion would ensure protection and favor from the powers that dwelled beneath the canopy. Among the trees, the echoes of ancient rituals lingered, a haunting resonance that tugged at the soul. The ground was peppered with altars, weathered stones that stood testament to the offerings made, fruits, grains, and flowers left to appease the deities who inhabited the shadowy depths. Each stone was a storyteller, a keeper of memories from countless generations who had knelt in prayer, their voices mingling with the rustling leaves. They prayed for harvests that flourished, for guidance through life's labyrinth, and for peace for the souls of the departed. As night fully descended, the atmosphere thickened with a palpable sense of dread and wonder. The darkness was alive, pulsating like a heartbeat, and with it came the stirring of ancient spirits, the flickering of flickering lights. Fireflies, or perhaps something otherworldly, danced among the trees, illuminating the groves in a soft, ethereal glow. It was said that those who dared to wander too deep into the woods could hear whispers carried by the wind, voices of those long gone, echoing the warnings of the chthonic deities. One such spirit was Persephone, daughter of Demeter, who danced between the worlds of the living and the dead. Tales told of her ascent from the underworld each spring, bringing life to the barren land. But she also served as a reminder of the delicate balance between life and death, joy and sorrow. Her presence was felt in the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle sigh of the wind, an omnipresent force that bound the cycles of nature. In these sacred groves, her duality became tangible, a poignant reminder of the cycle of seasons and the transient nature of existence. Yet, it wasn't just the benevolent deities that lingered in the sacred groves. The stories of darker figures also found their roots here, entities that thrived in the shadows, their names spoken in hushed tones. Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft, was one such figure, a haunting apparition who guided lost souls through the night. Her connection to magic and the unseen made her a potent protector, yet also a figure of fear and reverence. Villagers would leave offerings at her shrines, their hearts racing with both hope and trepidation, knowing that she could bestow great gifts or unleash great horrors. As the moon cast its silver light through the twisting branches, the groves transformed into a stage for the interplay of light and dark. Creatures of the night emerged, bold and elusive, their eyes glinting like gemstones in the darkness. The owls hooted, their calls echoing through the stillness, a reminder of the life teeming beneath the surface. The sacred groves were not merely a backdrop. They were alive, throbbing with energy, caught in a dance between the realms of the living and the spirits that dwelled below. Then came the storm, a sudden ferocity that roared through the grove, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The wind howled like a banshee, sending leaves spiraling into the air, creating a chaotic symphony that resonated with the heartbeat of the grove. It was as if the deities themselves were expressing their anger or perhaps their joy, for storms could bring both destruction and renewal. Lightning illuminated the sky, casting eerie shadows that twisted and contorted, revealing glimpses of figures that danced within the darkness, a reminder of the unseen forces that governed the natural world. In moments of calm, when the storm receded, the air hung thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming wildflowers, a reminder that even in chaos, beauty could emerge. The sacred groves stood resilient, roots entwined with the very essence of life and death, a testament to the power of nature and the divinity that surrounded it. It was here that the veil between the mortal realm and the world of the chthonic deities thinned, a space where fears mingled with fantastical hopes. Visitors to the grove, whether accidental or deliberate, often left changed, their spirits imbued with the weight of the history that surrounded them. The sacred groves were not merely a backdrop but an experience, one that resonated deep within the soul, stirring emotions that lay dormant. The stories of divine beings intermingled with the rustling leaves, filling the air with an intoxicating blend of fear, reverence, and wonder. And as the night stretched on, time seemed to lose its meaning. The sacred grove, with its intertwining tales of joy and sorrow, life and death, stood as a testament to the eternal cycle, a reminder that the past and present are forever entwined, just like the roots that burrow beneath the forest floor, connecting everything in an unbreakable bond. Shadows flickered at the edges of perception, coaxing the imagination to leap into the unknown, where the magic of the sacred grove awaited, just beyond the grasp of understanding. A flickering candle illuminated the darkened corners of an ancient temple, casting dancing shadows on the walls adorned with faded murals depicting the specters of death. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the faint, haunting whispers of women gathered within, their voices a harmonious blend of reverence and despair. In this sacred space, adorned with relics of a forgotten time, the very essence of life and madness intertwined, binding the living to the shadows of the dead. Long ago, in civilizations that now exist only in fragments of history, women played an indispensable role in the worship of deities associated with death and madness. From the ancient Egyptians, who revered the goddess Maat for her balance of chaos and order, to the haunting echoes of the Greek Furies, these women were not just followers. They were the heart and soul of a ritualistic dance with eternity. They understood that every ending held a new beginning, a cycle that they embraced with both trepidation and grace. In the quiet of the temple, a priestess draped in flowing robes of black and crimson rose to recite ancient invocations. Her voice trembled, steeped in the weight of generations. She held a skull, polished smooth by the hands of time, and it seemed to pulse with life as she spoke of lost souls wandering the earth, seeking solace in the arms of those who still breathed. The flicker of the candle caught her eyes, and for a moment, the line between the living and the dead blurred. The women around her leaned closer, entranced by the powerful magnetism of the moment, their hearts racing in unison, echoing the pulse of the universe. In ancient Crete, women known as kurites danced ecstatically, their bodies moving freely to honor the gods of the underworld. Their wild movements reflected not just the joy of life, but also the reverent acknowledgement of death lurking at the edges of existence. With every leap and twirl, they embraced the madness that death could bring, tapping into a primal energy that connected them to the very fabric of creation. Their laughter would ring out like a bell, a beautiful sound echoing through the valleys, masking a deeper truth about the inevitable shadow that loomed over all, that death is inextricably woven into the tapestry of life. In the echoing silence of the temple, another voice rose, this one raw with emotion and a hint of sorrow. A woman spoke of her lost lover, a soldier who had been swallowed by the relentless tides of war. Her sorrow was palpable, a living thing that wrapped around the hearts of those present. The act of remembrance was powerful. It was a communion with the spirit world, a bridge that they built together. They knew that through their grief, they could touch the fringes of madness, and in that madness, find clarity. As the candles flickered, the shadows seemed to stretch and swirl, whispering secrets of the past. The women sang songs that had been passed down through the ages, each note a thread binding them to the ancestors who had also faced the specter of death. They sang of Persephone, the goddess who danced between the worlds of the living and the dead, who knew both the ecstasy of spring and the despair of winter. This duality was not merely a theme. It was a way of life, an acceptance that madness could be a form of liberation when faced with the harsh truths of existence. In ancient Rome, the Vestal Virgins held the sacred flame that represented the heart of the city. They were women of great power, tasked with maintaining the sanctity of life and ensuring that the dead were honored in rituals. Their role was pivotal, for without their devotion, the very fabric of society hung in the balance. They danced their rituals, solemn and reflective, echoing the duality of life that they guarded. To them, death was not an end but a doorway, and madness was merely a whisper of the divine calling to be heard. As the night deepened, the intensity of the gathering grew. The women began to chant, their voices rising like a tempest. They invoked spirits, calling upon the ancient deities to join them in their sacred space. The walls of the temple seemed to thrum with energy, vibrating with the echoes of those who had come before. It was a powerful reminder that in every laugh echoed the promise of tears, and in every moment of clarity lay the seeds of madness. In this communion with the shadows, one woman stood apart, her face illuminated by the soft glow of the candles. She was both fragile and fierce, holding within her the stories of countless generations. As she stepped forward, the chanting quieted. All eyes were upon her, drawn in by the irresistible pull of her presence. She spoke of the cyclical nature of life, her voice a soft yet compelling melody threading through the hearts of those gathered. Madness, she said, her gaze piercing the darkness, is not something to be feared. It is a part of the journey we all must take. Embrace it, for it is the gateway to understanding that death is merely a transformation. With each word, the air thickened with anticipation, like a storm gathering strength. As the night wore on, the veil between the living and the dead seemed thinner. The women felt the air change, a palpable energy swirling around them, beckoning them to delve deeper into the mysteries that lingered just beyond their reach. They danced and sang, laughter mingling with tears, creating a symphony of emotions. They were united in a tapestry woven from the threads of life and death, madness and clarity, a powerful reminder that in worshiping the dark, they celebrated the light. With the first rays of dawn creeping into the temple, the flickering candles began to fade. The shadows receded, but the energy of the night lingered, just like the memory of the women who had come before. They knew this was not an end but a continuation of a story that would echo through the corridors of time. As they stepped out into the light, their hearts were entwined, forever changed by the worship of death and madness, ready to face whatever awaited them beyond the horizon. In the flickering shadows of a dimly lit chamber, a lone figure knelt before a stone altar, the flicker of a single flame illuminating the deep lines of grief etched on his face. This was not just any man. He was a Roman senator, a guardian of the Republic, yet here he was, lost in despair over the death of his beloved. In that moment, he embodied a truth universally known. Death was not merely a passing, a fleeting moment. but a profound upheaval that left the very fabric of Roman identity frayed and torn. Death loomed large in the lives of Romans, shaping their beliefs, their art, their very essence. The specter of mortality hung over every celebration, every triumph, every mundane day. To them, life was a delicate thread, spun from a tapestry of fleeting joys and inevitable loss. Families mourned not just for those they lost, but for the life that could have been. The laughter that would never echo through their halls, the hands that would never clasp in warm embrace again. Grief was a public affair, a collective sorrow that bound the community together, whispering of shared humanity amidst the grandeur of empire. As the senator's tears fell onto the cold stone, a vision flickered before him. His ancestors, noble men and women who had carved their names into the annals of history with valor and sacrifice. Their faces were stern, their eyes piercing. They understood that death was both a finality and a beginning. Each passing marked a new chapter, a new legacy to uphold. The Romans believed in the power of memory, and so, they honored their dead with funerary rites that were meant to resonate through the ages. Tombs became monumental reminders of existence, adorned with sculptures that captured the essence of lives lived and lost. Yet, the line between sanity and madness often blurred in the wake of such profound loss. In the grand halls of the Senate, whispers of madness threaded through the discussions of state. A once great leader, now a shadow of himself, spoke in fragmented sentences, his mind unmoored by the death of his closest ally. Senators exchanged glances, some with pity, others with fear. Madness could be contagious, a disease that could usurp reason and plunge the republic into chaos. Among the citizens, tales of madness spread like wildfire. They spoke of Caligula, a ruler whose descent into insanity became the stuff of legends. The once celebrated leader became a tyrant ruled by delusions, his laughter echoing through the palace like a haunting melody. He declared himself a god, demanding worship from his subjects, his grip on reality slipping through his fingers like sand. The Romans watched in horror and fascination, for in madness, they saw the fragility of power, the thin veneer that separates reason from chaos. This dichotomy of death and madness became the very heartbeat of Roman identity. Artisans carved intricate mosaics depicting both the serenity of death and the tumult of madness, capturing the essence of a civilization grappling with its own mortality. They painted scenes of heroic sacrifices alongside tales of tyrants undone by their own minds, weaving a narrative that resonated with every citizen. In the amphitheaters, plays unfolded that explored the depths of human suffering, the madness that could emerge from the ashes of grief. Each performance was a catharsis, a reminder that even in despair, the spirit of Rome remained unbroken. The madness did not shy away from the elite, creeping into the very heart of power. Nero, with his fiery ambitions, sought to sculpt the world in his image, yet he was haunted by the specter of death, an ever-present reminder of his own mortality. His reign became a chaotic dance of lavish festivity and brutal persecution, where the line between art and madness blurred into a maddening spectacle. As Rome burned, many whispered his name, linking his descent into madness with the very fate of the empire. Meanwhile, in the quiet corners of Rome, the commoners crafted their rituals. They honored the dead with offerings of flowers and wreaths, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that each life snuffed out was a part of the greater whole. They gathered in the streets, sharing stories of their loved ones, ensuring that the memories would never fade. The love and loss intermingled, creating an unbreakable bond that defined their existence in a world where death was the only certainty. In the dim light of the senator's chamber, the flicker of the flame cast eerie shadows that danced across the walls, echoing the tumult within him. Grief rippled through the air, thickening with the weight of unshed tears. He whispered the names of the departed, his father, his mentor, his beloved. Each name held a piece of his soul, a reminder of love that transcended death, yet simultaneously, a reminder of the madness that teetered ever closer. He felt it clawing at the edges of his mind, a darkness waiting to claim him in the midst of his sorrow. As night deepened and the stars emerged, that chamber was alive with the pulse of history. The ghosts of the past lingered, their voices rising in a cacophony that echoed across the ages. Romans, both past and present, continued to grapple with the duality of existence. How love could flourish amidst the shadows of loss, how memories could spark both inspiration and madness. The senator's thoughts spiraled, caught in a web of despair and determination. Death had defined him, but it was his response to that very death that would echo through time. Perhaps in madness, there lay a flicker of resilience, a fierce will to endure. He took a deep breath, the air heavy with incense and sorrow, as he prepared to face the inevitable, the madness that could consume him, or the legacy he would carve in the wake of death. And so, the night deepened, filled with the echoes of life and loss, a tapestry woven with threads of tragedy and triumph. The flames flickered, a mirror of the Roman soul, a dance of light and shadow, forever entwined in the struggle to make sense of existence, even as death loomed ever closer. As he stood, the weight of history pressing down upon him, he stepped out into the night, ready to confront what lay ahead. A world where madness and death were not enemies, but inseparable allies in the eternal dance of life. In the quiet corners of bustling cities, where glass towers scrape at the sky, whispers of ancient deities linger like the scent of rain-soaked earth. It's in these moments, when shadows stretch long at dusk, that the echoes of Roman gods, a pantheon of forgotten majesty, brush against the fabric of modern life. Somewhere in a crowded cafe, a barista named Elena pours a cappuccino, her heart racing with the same fervor that coursed through the veins of Mars, the god of war. Unbeknownst to her, the very act of creating this small moment of joy is a tribute to the past, a subtle connection that tugs at the threads of human history. In this world, Jupiter's thunderous voice still rumbles in the hearts of politicians, their decisions swaying with the whims of fate. His legacy looms large, a reminder that power is as fleeting as a summer storm. It is in the heated debates, where tempers flare like the sparks of a divine forge, that the spirit of this king of gods finds a strange resurrection. Through the pages of school textbooks, young minds learn about the capricious nature of the gods, how they meddled in human affairs, how they loved and lost, and how their stories are woven into the tapestry of civilization. Step into a high school classroom, walls plastered with posters of ancient art and mythology. A teacher passionately recounts tales of Venus, her beauty captivating an entire world, even now influential in the way love is perceived. Students squirm in their seats, some laughing at the absurdity of divine antics, while others sit in rapt attention, their imaginations ignited. In that fleeting moment, the allure of a goddess from ages past fills the room with a palpable energy, a reminder that the essence of these deities still speaks to the struggles of the human heart. Across the globe, in the vibrant streets of Rome, tourists flock to the ruins of temples once dedicated to these gods. They snap pictures, their laughter echoing off the ancient stones, unaware that every click of the camera is a small act of devotion. As they throw coins into the Trevi fountain, they make wishes that echo the prayers once offered to Neptune, god of the sea. The sound of water splashing becomes a hymn, a promise that the past is never truly forgotten, but woven into the very fabric of daily life. But it is not just in the echoes of prayer or the lessons taught in schools. The memory of Roman gods surges through popular culture like a wildfire. In films, the mighty Hercules battles monsters, the very embodiment of strength and courage, while comic books resurrect gods like Thor and Mercury, reimagining them for a new generation. The thrill of adventure breathes fresh life into ancient tales, reminding audiences that the struggles of gods mirror their own. With every movie ticket, a new story unfolds, feeding the eternal dance between the divine and the human. As the night falls, a group of friends gathers around a flickering campfire, sharing stories that weave in and out of reality. They speak of fate and fortune, recalling the legends of the fates who spun the threads of destiny. The flames crackle and pop, mirroring the tension in their conversations. Eyes shine with wonder as they recount the trials of Odysseus, whose journey was fraught with peril and divine interference. The gods are not just tales of old. They are a reflection of their hopes and fears, a reminder that life is a constant battle against the winds of fortune. Even in the halls of academia, Where scholars dig deep into the richness of history, the Roman gods remain a vital part of discourse. Papers debated in lofty lecture halls explore how these ancient figures shape modern identity. Researchers examine sculptures, artifacts, and inscriptions, piecing together a narrative that resonates through time. With each finding, there's a thrill, a revelation that the gods are not just relics of the past but living stories that influence art, literature, and philosophy today. Yet, the tension of modernity often clashes with the serene wisdom of ancient beliefs. The chaotic rhythm of life races forward, leaving behind the simplicity of once sacred rituals. There is a yearning for something deeper, a connection to the earth, to the divine. Festivals spring up in cities, where people gather to honor their ancestors and the gods of old. They light candles, sing songs, and share meals, recreating a sense of community that echoes through the ages. In these moments, the air is thick with emotion, a blend of nostalgia and hope, a reminder that the past is never far from reach. As the dawn breaks, casting golden light over the landscape, the power of the Roman gods stirs once more. Their stories weave into the very nature of human existence, a constant reminder of resilience, love, and loss. In art, in music, in the very essence of human emotion, the gods remain etched in our souls. A child watches a butterfly dance in the morning light, a fleeting reflection of Psyche, the goddess of the soul. In her innocence, she reflects the eternal questions of love and life, echoing the struggles of those who came before her. With every flutter, the legacy of Roman gods breathes anew, a reminder that the threads of the past are not severed, but instead intricately tied to the present. And so, the cycle continues, the cultural memory of Roman gods twisting through the lives of those who walk the earth today. Their stories are not just remnants of history. They are vibrant and alive, pulsing through the veins of society like a hidden river. As the sun sets, the shadows grow long, and the ancient whispers become a chorus, inviting all who listen to remember, to feel, and to embrace the tapestry of mythology that continues to shape our world. The flickering glow of torches danced across the darkened walls of ancient tombs, the air thick with the weight of history and the lingering whisper of those long gone. A chill ran down the spine as the shadows stretched, hinting at the secrets that had been buried beneath the earth for centuries. Among the hollow echoes of the past, the Roman death cults emerged as enigmatic figures, their rituals steeped in mystery, devotion, and the unquenchable thirst for the afterlife. In the damp corners of catacombs, archaeologists unearthed the remnants of vibrant altars, covered in faded frescoes depicting gods and goddesses of the underworld. Each brushstroke told a story, a connection to a world beyond the mortal coil. A chilling realization settled in. These were not mere decorations, but sacred spaces where the living sought solace and guidance from the dead. The discovery of these altars sent ripples of excitement through the academic community, each artifact stirring questions about what lay beyond the veil of death. What had driven the Romans to such profound beliefs? What did they fear in their final moments? In one remarkable site, archaeologists stumbled upon an ancient grave adorned with a collection of personal offerings, tiny figurines, coins, and delicate pottery. Each item was a talisman, carefully placed to ensure safe passage into the afterlife. The emotions ran deep as they pieced together the life of the individual buried there, a once vibrant soul now relegated to the silence of the grave. It was a poignant reminder that every object, however small, held immense meaning, a testament to love, loss, and the unyielding hope for immortality. The chilling aura of the graveyards spoke of rituals that had once breathed life into the dead. Imagine the moon hanging high in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the gathered mourners. They would chant and pray, invoking the spirits of ancestors, begging for their favor. With every incantation, they sought to bridge the gap between life and death, to ensure that their loved ones would not wander lost in the shadows. The dead were not just to be mourned. They were revered, guiding the living through the trials of existence. Amidst the archaeological dust, a spine-tingling discovery revealed an underground chamber, once bustling with the fervor of ritualistic feasts for the departed. The scent of incense filled the air, as priests adorned in flowing robes called upon the divine, their voices rising in harmony with the crackling of flames. Archaeologists could almost hear the echoes of laughter and tears, the mingling of joy and sorrow that marked these celebrations of life and death. Fragments of bone and chard remains hinted at the offerings made in gratitude and respect, a poignant testament to the belief that the dead continued to play an active role in the lives of the living. A chilling tale emerged from the ruins of a long-buried temple dedicated to the goddess Persephone, her image ever watchful, guarding over the souls who had passed. It was here that the cult of the dead flourished, and the rituals took on a haunting beauty. The flicker of candlelight illuminated the faces of devoted followers, lost in devotional ecstasy, their voices a haunting melody that intertwined with the soft rustle of leaves. It was said that those who left offerings at her shrine would receive messages from the other side, a gentle reminder that death was not the end, but a transition to something greater. One can almost hear the murmur of the waters of the Styx as the ferryman, Charon, awaited his payment in the form of coins slipped into the mouths of the deceased. In a chilling find, archaeologists uncovered countless coins placed strategically with bodies, remnants of a pact that spanned centuries. The belief that these coins could secure safe passage ignited a spark of understanding about the Roman psyche, their fears and hopes laid bare before the world. The air thickened with excitement as researchers unearthed texts and inscriptions that revealed the names of cults dedicated to various deities of death. Each inscription was a key to understanding the complex web of beliefs, interwoven like threads in a tapestry, each colorful strand telling a different tale. Followers of Bacchus, the god of wine and revelry, indulged in ecstatic rites that blurred the lines between life and death, leaving behind traces of their fervor in the form of elaborate pottery and vibrant mosaics. No less haunting was the discovery of burial practices that incorporated elements of both reverence and fear. Graves filled with protective amulets, defensive charms, and even the occasional sacrificial offerings hinted at a culture grappling with the unknown. The realization dawned that death was both feared and revered, a paradox that defined the very essence of Roman life. The dead were to be feared, but to be remembered, their memories etched into the hearts of those left behind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ruins, the remnants of ancient practices began to shimmer with a strange light. The echoes of whispered prayers and rustling leaves filled the air, a haunting reminder that the past was never truly gone. The artifacts uncovered in the depths of forgotten catacombs would continue to speak of loss, hope, and an enduring connection to the other side. Each new find breathed life into the stories of those who once walked the earth, their spirits forever intertwined with the sacred rituals that defined Roman culture. The stories remained alive, begging to be told, as the threads of the past intertwined with the present. The chilling allure of Roman death cults continued to cast its spell, drawing the curious and the brave into a world where the boundary between life and death blurred, where the echoes of ancient voices whispered through the ages. The flame of curiosity ignited, leaving a trail of questions and unresolved mysteries that hung heavy in the air, promising that the exploration of the past would carry on, unfurling mysteries yet untold into the night. In the flickering shadows of an ancient Roman night, the air was thick with incense and whispered prayers. The flicker of torchlight danced against marble, revealing faces lined with worry and hope. There, beneath the watchful gaze of the gods, mortals faced their greatest fear, death. It was not just an end, but the passage to another realm, a continuation of existence defined by the whims of divine beings. For the Romans, gods like Pluto and Proserpina were not mere figures of mythology. They were the architects of life and death. Pluto, the god of the underworld, was a solemn keeper of souls. His dark domain was painted in shades of despair, yet it was not a place of cruelty, but rather of inevitability. The Romans believed that every soul, upon leaving its earthly shell, would journey to this shadowy realm, greeted by Pluto himself. The chilling thought of what lay beyond life haunted the streets of Rome. Families honored their ancestors, believing that the spirits lingered close, watching over their descendants. Offerings were laid at tombs, and altars were adorned with flowers, food, and tokens of love. The air around these sacred sites buzzed with emotion. Fear intertwined with reverence. The past, a shroud draped over the living. Proserpina, the goddess of spring and queen of the underworld, embodied the duality of existence. Her story, a bittersweet tale of love and loss, spoke to every heart. Kidnapped by Pluto, she was taken to darkness. Yet through her, the seasons changed. The cycle of life became a dance of death and rebirth. And in that cycle, Romans found comfort. Death was not the end but a transformation, a necessary part of nature's grand tapestry. As the years moved on, the haunting melodies of these myths seeped into the very marrow of Roman life. Festivals were held to honor the dead, where the living would feast alongside the spirits. Laughter mingled with tears, a celebration of memories that resonated through empty halls. In those moments, death became less an enemy and more a cherished companion, an ever-present echo of those who had departed but left their mark on the living. Yet, the true grip of those ancient beliefs lingers today, morphing into the fabric of modern culture. In the stillness of a funeral home, one can almost hear echoes of Roman rituals. The gentle lighting, the quiet whispers, the way families come together, participating in the shared grief of loss. The Roman gods, with their tales of journeys to the afterlife, have imprinted their wisdom upon contemporary practices, crafting a delicate balance between sorrow and celebration. When one thinks of death, images of the grim reaper often come to mind, an emblem of fear and uncertainty. But what if that figure were stripped of its terror? What if death was not a shrouded figure lurking in the shadows, but a gentle guide like Proserpina, leading souls into the light? This thought, primal yet soothing, gives rise to the belief that death is merely a door, one that leads to a realm of endless possibilities. Romans, with their intricate mosaics and monuments, understood the importance of remembering the deceased. Today, we carry that forward. The gravestones and memorials speak volumes, reflecting love, loss, and the inescapable passage of time. Each inscription tells a story, just as the Romans carved the names of their loved ones into stone. It's a testament of connection, a thread that binds generations, transcending the bleakness of mortality. As the night deepens, one can feel the weight of history pressing down, a thick blanket of emotions stitched together with grief and hope. Imagine standing in a cemetery, the moon illuminating the names etched in marble, each one a life lived, a story told. The shadows of the past whisper through the wind, urging the living to remember, to reflect. Each name is a flame flickering against the dark, gone, but never forgotten. The influence of Roman gods on our understanding of death is profound, weaving through our thoughts and rituals like a gentle tide. With every heartbeat, the tales of Pluto and Proserpina wrap around us, guiding us through grief. They remind us that death is not something to fear, but a part of a larger cycle, a beautiful dance of existence where every end births a new beginning. In the throes of sorrow, people often seek solace in ancient wisdom. The rituals of the past resurface in modern practices. Candles lit in memory, prayers whispered in quiet corners, stories shared over meals. The act of remembering is a sacred one, threading the old with the new. Each tear shed is a nod to the legacy of those who came before, forever connected by the fragile thread of life and death. Yet, this connection does not belong solely to the past. It stretches forward, grabbing hold of the young and the old alike. The tales of Roman gods speak a universal language, one that infuses our lives with meaning, shaping how we perceive the final curtain call. With each generation, those stories evolve, adapting to the wishes and whims of the time, yet their essence remains, the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. As the night succumbs to dawn, the realization dawns that the influence of these ancient deities will never truly fade. They linger in the back of our minds, guiding us through the shadows of grief. The whispers of Pluto and Proserpina remind us that while our time may be finite, the stories we leave behind echo through eternity. And so, the tale of death continues, a thread woven into the fabric of our existence. With every breath, with every heartbeat, we honor those who have come before us, carrying their stories into the future. As the sun rises, painting the horizon with hues of hope, the journey of understanding death remains an endless cycle, looping through history, forever entwined with the powerful influence of Roman gods. Beneath the heavy cloak of twilight, a haunting figure drifts through the whispers of ancient graves, her presence felt but seldom seen. The air thickens with a sense of inevitability, as shadows stretch and twist against the crumbling stones. This is not merely a moment. It's a passage, a transition between life and the unknown that awaits beyond. The soul's most profound question echoes within the stillness. What lies waiting in the dark? In this world of myth, gods and goddesses shape the fragile boundary between existence and oblivion. In Rome, the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, embodies this delicate balance. Captured by the haunting allure of Hades, she is both a prisoner and a queen, representing life's cyclical nature. The vibrant bloom in spring, followed by the quiet decay of winter. The Romans, with their incredible ability to intertwine the divine with the mundane, looked upon Proserpina with a mixture of fear and reverence. She was a reminder that death, while terrifying, was also a part of existence. Her story was one of loss and return, mirroring what every heart feels in the face of grief. Across the Mediterranean, the ancient Greeks echoed this sentiment through Persephone, the very essence of spring and rebirth. The tales of her descent into the underworld paint a vivid portrait of the battle between light and shadow. Persephone's duality resonates with souls everywhere. She is not just a goddess of death, but a symbol of hope, the promise of return after the darkest nights. The grief of Demeter, her mother, is palpable, an aching void that stirs deep within, reminding humanity of the pain that accompanies love and loss. The Greeks, too, danced around the emotional abyss, celebrating the fragile beauty of life intertwined with the certainty of death. Ancient Egyptians took a different approach with their death deities. Osiris, the cherished god of the afterlife, represents resurrection, a beacon of hope for those who dared to dream of life beyond the grave. His green skin symbolizes fertility and rebirth, a stark contrast to the icy grasp of death. To the Egyptians, death was not an end, but a passage to another realm, where the heart faced judgment against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth. In this interplay of life and death, the emotions run deep, as each soul sought to navigate the treacherous waters of the afterlife. The weight of their choices, the echoes of their lives, hung like heavy mist in the air, palpable and haunting. In the cold, northern reaches of the world, the Norse mythology introduced Hel, daughter of Loki, who presided over the realm of the dead. Unlike her more benevolent counterparts, Hel's domain was feared, a place of shadows and despair. She wielded power with an iron fist, making her home a reminder of the wrath of fate. The Vikings, warriors at heart, understood life's fragility. They embraced their mortality, knowing that the end could come swiftly, in battle or in peace. Hel's chilling presence served as a stark warning amidst the clamor of their tales, demanding respect for the life that flickers so easily, like a candle in a storm. Yet, despite these diverse portrayals, there lies an undeniable thread binding these deities together, a shared understanding of death's grip. Each culture, with its unique customs and beliefs, confronted the same haunting reality, that life is fleeting. The emotions surrounding death, whether it be Proserpina's sorrow, Persephone's duality, Osiris' promise of resurrection, or Hel's grim reminder, are universal. They echo through time, reverberating in the hearts of all who walk the earth. As dusk settles into night, the stories weave together, creating a rich tapestry of human experience. The Romans, Greeks, Egyptians, and Norse each echoed the same fears, hopes, and sorrows in their own distinct ways. Beneath their different names and forms, they all serve as mirrors reflecting humanity's struggle against the inevitable. There's a stirring in the air, a charge of emotion that fills the spaces between thoughts, each one a reminder that while death may shroud existence, it also gives life its meaning. Tension thickens. The gods are watching. They linger on the periphery, waiting for the moment when the veil between worlds thins. The fear of being forgotten, of one's essence fading into oblivion, becomes palpable. The tales told around flickering fires become incantations, preserving the names of the departed. A shudder runs through those who listen, as the echoes of the past seep into the present, pulling at the strings of memory and loss. The gods remind the living that they are not alone in their fear. Each deity carries the weight of countless souls, each soul a story, a heartbeat once resonating with life. The emotional tapestry grows more complex as the shared understanding of mortality lingers in the air. There's a beauty in this connection that transcends time and space. The shadows deepen, and the chill of night wraps around those who dare to ponder life and death. In this moment, the eternal dance between the living and the dead unfolds, a waltz steeped in emotion, where every heartbeat counts and every memory clings to the air like a bittersweet perfume. The threads of fate intertwine, beckoning all to witness the spectacular tragedy of existence, where stories linger and the echoes never truly fade. It is a reminder that while death may come, it is through the stories we leave behind, through the love we share, that we find a piece of eternity. And as the lanterns flicker in the night, the ancient deities stand in silent vigil, guardians of the souls caught in their endless quest for meaning. Under the pale light of a waning moon, shadows danced across the cobblestone streets of an ancient village, whispering secrets of old. The air was thick with stories, tales of gods and spirits lurking just beyond the veil of the everyday. These were the remnants of a past that refused to fade away, echoing through time like the soft rustle of leaves in a forgotten forest. In this twilight hour, the spirits of Rome stirred, their presence palpable among the living, weaving a tapestry of belief that tied the present with the ancient world. The old woman, dressed in a tattered shawl, sat at the edge of the village square, her gnarled hands expertly crafting a small figure from clay. With each stroke, she infused it with essence, her eyes reflecting a lifetime of whispered incantations. Children gathered, drawn by the tale that flowed from her lips like honey, sweet and thick with the weight of history. She spoke of Janus, the two-faced god, who guarded the boundaries of time, and of Vesta, the eternal flame that warmed the hearts of every household. As she spoke, the children clung to her words, their imaginations ignited, their hearts racing with excitement and fear. In those stories, the line between reality and myth blurred, creating a world where the divine walked among mortals. The Roman gods, once worshipped in grand temples, now found refuge in the hearts of the common folk. Their offerings, simple yet sincere, called forth the spirits, each prayer a thread weaving the fabric of belief that transcended centuries. The villagers honored these ancient deities not with pomp and ceremony, but with quiet reverence in their daily lives, ensuring that the essence of Rome lived on in the small, yet significant rituals of their existence. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the forest, where the trees loomed like silent sentinels, a young man named Lucius wandered, drawn by an unshakable instinct. He had heard the whispers of the ancients on the wind, their laughter, their sorrow, their tales of triumph and defeat. He felt a connection to them, a pulse that resonated within his very soul. As he walked deeper into the woods, he stumbled upon an ancient stone altar, overgrown with moss yet still standing strong. It was here that he found a sense of belonging, a thread linking him to a legacy that stretched back to the glory of Rome. Lucius knelt before the altar, tracing his fingers along the faded inscriptions that spoke of sacrifice and devotion. The cool stone seemed to hum beneath his touch, stirring the air with a flicker of magic long forgotten. He closed his eyes and offered a silent prayer, calling upon the gods for guidance. In that moment, he felt their presence, strong and protective, wrapping around him like a warm cloak. It was a reminder that the stories of old were not mere echoes. They lived on, pulsing through the veins of every believer, whispering truths that resonated with life's deepest mysteries. Back in the village, the fire crackled, casting flickering shadows on the faces of those gathered around. They shared tales of haunted hills and playful spirits, each story building upon the last, intertwining the folklore of their ancestors with their own lives. The laughter and gasps that punctuated the night were a testament to the enduring power of myth, a power that evoked fear and comfort in equal measure. It was here, amid the warmth of community, that the ancient stories found new life, proving that the essence of Roman belief was not lost. It thrived, breathing through the hearts of those who dared to remember. But as the night deepened, an unexpected chill wrapped itself around the village, the kind that sent shivers racing down spines. From the depths of the shadows, a figure emerged, cloaked and hooded, its face hidden from sight. The villagers fell silent, hearts pounding like war drums. It was said that such figures carried omens, whispers of fate wrapped in mystery. The air thickened with tension, stories of the past colliding with the present in a maelstrom of uncertainty. With a slow, deliberate movement, the figure raised its hand, revealing an object that glinted in the firelight. A small bronze coin, stamped with the face of a forgotten emperor. A murmur rippled through the crowd, tinged with both awe and apprehension. Was it a sign from the gods, a reminder of their presence, or a warning that the past was not as far behind as they believed? The villagers leaned closer, eyes wide with a mix of fear and wonder, as the figure's voice broke through the silence. A low, haunting whisper that seemed to echo from the very stones beneath their feet. "Remember," it intoned, "the gods watch still, their stories woven into the fabric of your lives. Honor them, and they shall honor you." With that, the figure vanished into the shadows, leaving behind an air of mystery that lingered long after it disappeared. The villagers exchanged glances, the weight of the moment settling heavily upon them. They were not just keepers of stories. They were participants in a living tradition that transcended time. As Lucius made his way back from the forest, he felt a change in the air, a sense of urgency that quickened his step. The stories he had known suddenly felt more alive, vibrant with the energy of the ancients. A fire ignited within him, a desire to honor the beliefs that had shaped his ancestors and to carry them forward into a world that seemed to forget. He rushed toward the village, eager to share what he had experienced, to remind the people of the strength that lay within their shared heritage. In the hearts of the villagers, the embers of belief flickered brightly, waiting for the breath of life to reignite them. They were bound together by the threads of mythology, the stories of gods and spirits that guided their paths. As the night wore on, they gathered around the fire, their hearts racing, their breaths mingling in the cool night air, ready to embrace the stories that had shaped them. The past was not a distant memory. It was a living presence, breathing through every tale told, every prayer whispered, and every belief held close. And so, the cycle continued, a dance of humanity and divinity, where the essence of Roman beliefs surged through time, refusing to fade. Each night became a new chapter, each gathering a reminder that the stories never truly end. They simply transform, flowing like a river, ever onward, into the unknown. The flickering light of a single oil lamp cast eerie shadows across the ancient stone walls of a forgotten temple, where whispers of the past danced with the currents of the night. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth and the weight of untold stories. The stone carvings of death, madness, and revenge deities seemed to pulse with life, beckoning those who dared to listen. This temple, once a sanctuary for the desperate and the broken, held secrets that had lain dormant for centuries, waiting for a time when the world might be ready to confront its own fears. As scholars sift through the layers of time, they stand on the precipice of uncovering what the Romans believed about death, a concept so entwined with their lives that it shaped their every thought, every ritual, and every heartbeat. The Romans didn't fear death. They revered it. They understood it as a passage, a transformation, a moment where the veil between the living and the dead grew thin. The goddess Libitina, who stood watch over the dead, was not just a figure of mourning. She was a guide, a protector, offering solace to the souls who crossed into the afterlife. Yet, her presence also reminded the living of their mortality, sparking a strange mix of reverence and dread. But it wasn't just the peaceful passage to the other side that haunted the Romans. They also grappled with the chaotic specter of madness. To the Romans, madness was both a punishment from the gods and a potential pathway to divine insight. The figure of Mania, goddess of the restless dead, embodied this complex relationship. She was a haunting reminder of how thin the line was between sanity and insanity. The tales of those driven to madness by grief or loss echoed through the ages, filled with anguish and torment. The Romans sought to understand this madness, to find meaning in the chaos, and in doing so, they crafted stories that spoke of the human condition in its most raw form. As the flickering flame danced, scholars envisioned the past, rituals performed under the watchful eyes of these deities. They imagined the solemn faces of mourners draped in white, their hearts heavy with sorrow, carrying offerings to the grave. They envisioned the frantic cries of the mad, caught in the grips of their own minds, howling at the moon as the city slept. Each story was a thread, intricately woven into the tapestry of Roman life, reflecting their fears, hopes, and the relentless pursuit of understanding. In the shadows of history, the figure of Nemesis emerged, a goddess of vengeance. Fearsome and powerful, she was the embodiment of retribution, a reminder that actions had consequences. Romans whispered her name in hushed tones, terrified yet fascinated by the idea that the scales of justice could tip at any moment, delivering punishment to those who wronged others. Revenge was not merely a personal affair but a divine decree, and Nemesis stood ready, her sword gleaming in the dark, waiting to strike at the heart of the guilty. As the future of research unfolds, these deities beckon to scholars as if from the depths of time itself. The allure of unearthing ancient rituals, forgotten texts, and lost artifacts surges with intensity. The crumbling remains of temples, inscriptions barely legible, and dusty scrolls in distant libraries are like treasure chests filled with knowledge waiting to be revealed. The more scholars uncover, the more the past intertwines with the present, sparking conversations that ignite passions and provoke thought. Each finding, each fragment of history, sends chills down the spines of those who study them. They sit in dimly lit rooms, surrounded by relics, feeling the weight of the countless souls who once cried out for answers. The emotional pull of history is undeniable, a heartbeat echoing through time. It connects the living to the dead, the sane to the mad, the seeker to the found. They realize that they are not merely studying a bygone era. They are peering into the essence of humanity itself. The urgency of this research is palpable, as scholars strive to sift through myths and truths to paint a complete picture of Roman beliefs. The stories of death, madness, and revenge resonate with contemporary issues: grief, mental health, and the quest for justice. The Romans left behind not just deities but a legacy of understanding the darker sides of human existence, prompting deep reflection. Their tales are like trails of breadcrumbs leading to modern dilemmas, illuminating the paths of those who continue to wrestle with these themes. As scholars finally crack the code of ancient texts, uncovering lost rites and forgotten names, they sense the power of the past flooding back into their consciousness. The emotions swell, a mix of excitement and apprehension. What truths will emerge from the shadows? What dark corners of the psyche will they shine a light on? The prospect of unveiling the complexities of Roman thought sends shivers down their spines as they ponder the implications of their findings. In the flickering light of discovery, they understand that these ancient beliefs are more than relics. They are mirrors reflecting the human experience. The future of this research promises to reveal not just the history of the Romans, but the timeless nature of death, madness, and revenge, a triad that has haunted humanity since the dawn of time. Each new revelation ignites a fire in their souls, propelling them forward. The journey is far from over. It is a relentless pursuit, a thrilling chase for understanding that will echo through the ages, intertwining the past and present in an unbreakable bond. As they stand on the brink of revelation, the shadows in the temple seem to deepen, whispering secrets long kept but now yearning to be heard. The stories of Libitina, Mania, and Nemesis swirl in the air, a tantalizing promise of what is yet to come, beckoning them toward a future rich with possibilities. In this realm of ancient deities and the timeless dance between life and death, the quest for understanding is only just beginning, leaving a trail of goosebumps in its wake, a reminder that the past is never truly past.